Let's work together. If it's a war they want, it's a war they don't get.
This, near as we could guess, is where you and your friend were driving when you reached the tree. But the RV that the family came in, they were driving here. Every new person who comes here just assumes that it's just the monsters they have to be afraid of. But that's not the hardest part. It's what this place does to you. What it makes you think and feel. What it makes you question about every single thing that you think you know.
My name is Triple C, Olympic champion, flyweight champion of the world, and I'm bantamweight champion of the world. I am the greatest combat athlete of all time.
Henry Cejudo has a set of skills that is unparalleled.
Makes it look easy.
I'm never gonna doubt that kid again. Hey, who's this?
You're out, ready, right? Just the man I was looking for.
Al, this is Gianni Russo. He used to date a girlfriend of mine. He was just leaving.
But first, sir, I brought you something.
Oh, what, another scone?
Nah, something much better.
You cannot just bring your real.
Yeah, just what? Al's got a movie to cast. Ain't that right, Al? I'm just helping.
Nice of you to stop by.
A transistor radio changed my life. Hand to God, listen to this. I never believed this shit. I heard Frank Sinatra on it, and I thought to myself, he's Italian. I'm Italian.
You're Italian?
My point is if he can do it, why not me?
You could argue that.
You gotta watch the whole thing.
Bitch, you lucky I ain't got you scrubbing shit. Come on, man. I'm about to eat this motherfucker rum is dry.
This is the second time. There will not be a third.
The fuck? I got the wrong sale, cuz.
Tonight, these two rivals meet once again, with the winner set to assume the division's throne. But first, there's a lot of hype here tonight. Everyone knows this is a big night, a huge middleweight title card, and people are pumped up.
Yeah, it's been great. I mean, we had a finish in the prelim, and it got so loud. So I can only imagine what it's going to sound like tonight when the co-main event, the main event hits. Nothing's better than a big UFC in a big city like Miami, especially when we haven't been to in a while.
And you look good. I don't know if you got some sun on the golf course.
I did, Joe. Earlier yesterday, I was looking at my ankles. I must have wore high socks on the golf course because I'm tan, baby.
All right, let us get you into this main event. These middleweight rankings are brought to you by DraftKings Sportsbook. Champion versus the number one contender. Doesn't get a whole lot better than that. Of course, the first time they met in mixed martial arts was last November, Joe, and roles were reversed. Now Adesanya walks first, and Pereira is the man.
It's a fantastic fight, and even though Pereira beat Adesanya in their own MMA fight, and he beat him in the 2 kickboxing fights, Adesanya's has moments like that one, and that's what leads him to believe that he can get this done tonight. The man, he is facing a destroyer, one of the most terrifying strikers that's ever competed in any division in MMA.
Yeah, you know, I love this first fight because we saw a lot from both guys, but ultimately, it was Pereira getting the job done and finishing the fight in the 5th round. I love Israel Adesanya and who he has been, and I am almost in awe of Alex Pereira to do what he's done at this point in his career. He's so young in it.
He has such fantastic power. It's so shocking. When you watch that guy hit people, it's so different than anyone else.
Halo, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bertemu lagi dengan kami, Mam Kilap Channel. Sudah sekian lama ya kita vakum dalam siaran platform itu, dan kali ini sebelum kita menyiapkan selamat berpuasa teman-teman semua. Ramadan Karim, semoga puasanya lancar-lancar saja dan tidak kurang apapun, dan dilimpahkan banyak berkah dan pahala untuk puasa kita semua. Dan untuk hari ini kita akan menyiapkan live commentary untuk UFC 287, di mana di main cardnya nanti itu akan ada perebutan gelar, bukan perebutan gelar, pertahanan gelar oleh Alex Pereira Watang asal Brazil akan mempertahankan gelar dari penantang nomor 1 di middleweight, dan revenge yang akan dilakukan oleh Israel Adesanya asal Nigeria. Sementara di co-main event itu ada pertarungan di welterweight antara ranking 5 welterweight Gilbert asal Brazil akan ditantang oleh ranking 11 Jorge MASVIDAL Miami. Oke, sebelum kita beranjak main cardnya nanti, untuk sementara dari jam 7 pagi ini akan diselenggarakan prelims ya. Prelims dimana di partai pertama prelims nanti sesaat lagi kita akan menyaksikan women's strawweight antara ranking nomor 15 Cynthia Calvillo asal Amerika Serikat akan menghadapi petarung asal Meksiko Lupi Hernandez. Pertama ya. Sementara itu saya sedikit jelaskan nanti beberapa partai, 5 partai untuk main card nanti. Akan ada pertarungan bantamweight, petarung termuda UFC untuk sekarang Raul akan menghadapi petarung asal Amerika Serikat Christian Rodriguez. Kemudian akan disusul nanti pertarungan di welterweight antara Kevin Holland asal Amerika Serikat akan menghadapi Santiago PONZINIBBIO asal Argentina. Kemudian disusul di pertarungan bantamweight antara petarung nomor 6 bantamweight Rocco akan menghadapi petarung nomor 12 ADRIAN. Kemudian akan disusul di Common Event GILBERT versus JORGE MASVIDAL, dan PEREIRA akan menghadapi ADESANYA. Dan sesaat lagi kita akan menyaksikan ya pertarungan di prelims partai pertama antara Santiago akan menghadapi YANEZ di women's strawweight.
Buddy, how did you get involved? What do you mean? You got in because you did something that's not done. You saw something that you wanted and you went for it. You and I are not like these motherfuckers. We'll play by the book. We write the fucking book. Now, you want to be a producer? You do whatever it takes to get the music. Now you want New York? Go there. Make some deals. Prove that you can do it for the money. Beg, borrow. I don't give a fuck. Steal. You do whatever it takes. Now, you don't have a long track record, but you got brains and you got balls. I use it both.
You heard what the priest said. If he'd followed the rules, they'd all still be alive.
Oke teman-teman, sesaat lagi kita akan menyaksikan ya pertarungan antara Santiago dan YANEZ di prelims UFC 287, di mana di UFC 287 ini akan mempertemukan main card antara PEREIRA, pertarungan ulang, dan juga merupakan pertarungan perebutan gelar juara antara PEREIRA yang merupakan juara bertahan akan menghadapi seorang asal Nigeria ranking 1 middleweight Israel ADESANYA Filebender yang akan mencoba kembali peruntungannya untuk merebut kembali gelar juara yang baru saja direbut oleh PEREIRA. Dan ini selain di selain di kickboxing, ini adalah pertarungan kedua antara kedua petarung. Di pertarungan sebelumnya PEREIRA berhasil menang TKO di ronde kelima atas ADESANYA dan merebut gelar sebagai juara sejati middleweight UFC. Dan kali ini ADESANYA kembali menantang gelar juara tersebut dan mencoba kembali merebut sabuk juara itu dari PEREIRA yang merupakan miliknya sebelum direbut oleh PEREIRA. Oke, baru saja perkenalan antar kedua petarung, Santiago dan YANEZ. Saat lagi ronde pertama akan dimulai. Calvillo di sudut merah dengan pakaian serba biru, sementara itu YANEZ rambut biru dengan pakaian serba hitam. Ranking pertama buat Gilbert.
Determined Mexican, but ultimately Calvillo believes her wealth of UFC experience will be the difference tonight.
Godinez is under pressure, trying to get Cynthia fighting off her heels.
And one thing that we have seen from Lupe is the improvement in his striking.
Yes.
And you see it right there. And coming off of that fight with Angela Hill, who's a striking specialist, that's where she really got to test that striking. She lost the fight, but I think gained a ton of experience.
She gained a ton of experience.
Ya, kita
Even though
saksikan
at
di
times
sini
she seemed a bit
kedua petarung
behind
masih
Angela Hill, which you would
mencoba
expect because of
membaca
the level
pergerakan,
that Angela Hill can strike at.
masih
But
sangat
Lupe did
berhati-hati
show have
kedua petarung.
moments, and she looks much better on her feet right now because Cynthia is a good striker herself.
But I like what I'm seeing from Lupe so far.
Yes.
Looks very composed, and I like where I'm seeing the movement and how the efficiency of the strikes.
And the explosiveness. She's very, very explosive.
And on the other side, Calvillo 1 for 20 unofficially to begin her night.
Well, Calvillo trying to answer what Lupe Godinez is doing right now, and Lupe seems a bit faster to the target at this point in the fight.
And she's mixing it up well. I like that right straight to the body there.
Godinez keeps dropping down, trying to land that big right hand. Calvillo wise to it. Calvillo certainly has bounced around when it comes to her training team. Alpha Male Extreme Couture now under the watchful eye of John Wood at Syndicate MMA.
That was a beautiful low kick by Lupe. And a good strike up top.
At times, Calvillo has been a victim of expectation as she lands a big left hand there. Began her UFC career on back-to-back pay-per-views in 2017. Submission wins at UFC 209 and UFC 210 a month later.
There seems to be a big speed difference.
Huge speed advantage for
Yeah,
Godinez.
and efficiency advantage. You see Lupe's punches, they're not telegraphed. They're coming right from the chamber. There's a good low kick by Cynthia.
I remember fighting the same night as Calvillo, UFC 210, and there was just so much hype behind her. I remember her fight. She got the job done again. It's just once you start so fast, at times people expecting that you can't deliver on. Now she's been here for a while, and back in her weight class, we got to see if maybe she can turn everything around.
But then we also have to think, why did she move up, and how difficult is this cut to get to 115?
Yeah.
What does it do to her that made her want to go up to 125? Because everybody handles a weight cut differently.
Well, she went to 125 and she was at it. She was out of the game for a while, and that's when she went up to 25 and fought Jessica I. Then she moved again. She's been in, like John said, in a lot of different systems of training.
What was her reason to move to 25?
I think it was contention more than anything else. Had that shiny 6-1-1 record in the division, but felt like there was...
Lupe just racked her. Look at that, Cynthia with a beautiful takedown. Very nicely done. Cynthia's trying to step over the mount. It's only the left knee that's stopping her from doing so, but she's switching that hip to the left side. Trying to get over that left leg.
Lupe's doing a really good job with her left hand, keeping it, pushing at the hips of Calvillo, not allowing her to slide over the top of her left leg. Now she's going to let her in the half guard. But Calvillo is a very talented grappler.
She needs that left hand free to push down on the left leg of Lupe. She can't quite get it yet. Trying to create some space while also shifting her hip to the right. She wants to shift her hip to the right just to get over the hump of that knee. If she can do that, notice how she's using that left leg to try to isolate that leg. The real game here is just the shifting of the hips to the right-hand side.
She got
to
it
get over
high.
that
Yeah.
knee. She lost
She
that.
can't let Lupe get to the butterfly guard. Lupe will start to elevate her hips.
Yeah.
But Godinez doesn't have any underhooks right now. She's got to get an underhook with that butterfly guard to start trying to elevate, then push up at the hips to get Calvillo off. Now she's got a chance here. Now she's got to elevate her feet and then start to push at the hips once she gets some space.
Yeah, she's controlling the space. There she goes. Pushing her off her. Now let's see if she can get back up to her feet.
Cynthia needs to control those feet as she enters. Enter with the hips.
Nicely done by Lupe.
Great job by Godinez.
But at least Calvillo got that takedown to make this round closer. Nice low kick by Lupe. Lupe trying to get it all back now after that takedown.
Like Godinez got caught on the way in. Competitive first round.
Oke,
As expected.
berakhir sudah ronde pertama.
Seconds after this word.
Dari total strike kita bisa melihat bahwa Lupe Godinez ini cukup dominatif. Mana total strike itu Cynthia Calvillo 18, Lupi Godinez 24. Namun takedown unggul 1 Cynthia Calvillo berbanding 0 untuk Lupi Godinez. Sementara itu strike kita lihat Cynthia Calvillo 16 dan Lupi Godinez 21. Jadi dari segi agresivitasnya sebetulnya Udinese lebih unggul, namun dengan adanya satu takedown membuat
Let's take a look at some of this action here. Lupi early with a right hand. There's a nice left and a right behind it on Cynthia Calvillo. Yeah, there's a good right hand that kind of stumbled her a little bit. Look, Cynthia closes the distance, gets that takedown, and did some real good work on the ground.
Ready, let's go. All right, here we go, round 2.
Ronde kedua baru saja dimulai.
Lupi Godinez in the black.
So Cynthia's been struggling on the feet against Lupi, but now you see her, she's throwing some straight kicks, some side kicks, through a turning side kick.
It'd be very wise for her to use more kicks because in the hand speed, Godinez has the advantage.
She has an advantage in the speed, but also DC in the efficiency. The way she's throwing those strikes, they're very straight and clean. No wasted movement.
Better athlete.
Yeah, Cynthia's stuff is coming very loopy.
Cynthia landed a good combo there.
Nice 1-2 from Godinez. Calvillo still out of range, landing at just 23% thus far. Not a bad idea with that sequence from Calvillo, just slightly out of range.
Good right hand by Calvillo. That was a solid shot. And she caught her coming in.
Try to time Godinez when Godinez enters.
Cynthia with the clinch. Godinez in a struggle.
She's trying to elevate the wizard kick. Yep, great job by Godinez. Using that wizard to elevate and get Calvillo off her hips. She kept elevating and arching into her. Put Calvillo side to side, faced her with her hips and defended that takedown.
We're seeing Lupi slow down a little bit now. The punches are not coming as quick. You see it there, a little more labored. And
because of that, Calvillo's
grappling. Well, also the grappling. There was a lot of struggle in that first round. A lot of exertion.
UFC Prism Trading Cards, the brand in high demand, will be dropping physical card collection and NFTs on April 10th at nft.paniniamerica.net. Also, the physical card collection hits the store April 28th.
Cynthia keeps going to that back leg side kick, which is very difficult to generate power off of. You really kind of just push at the end of it.
Kita lihat sini Calvillo sepertinya berupaya untuk tampil lebih agresif ronde kedua ini. Mengingat di ronde pertama tadi dia nampak Lupi Godinez lebih sedikit mendominasi. Ya, Calvillo sebenarnya punya modal yang baik karena di ronde pertama tadi dia sempat mendapatkan satu takedown.
Godinez a little bit linear. She was trying to cut angles earlier. A little bit flat-footed here. Under 2 minutes to go, round 2.
Well, she seems to be hesitating more. There was a good left hand, front kick to the body of Lupi. But everything is a little bit more labored in this round.
I mean, I'd love to see the strikes thrown this round.
Well, Cynthia's much more active here. There's a good right hand by Lupi.
Now Lupi seems to be picking it up.
Not much doing here on the feet, just over minutes to go in the round.
Optics again, just like last fight. The optics of that Calvillo has landed, or throwing at least, making attempts.
That was a good left hook that Cynthia landed in there.
But 9 strikes. And Lupi just finally threw back. She's got to get more active.
Nice sequence there for Godinez, a big right hand and then a jab, but a big volume for Calvillo thus far. Good connection by Calvillo. Under 30 seconds to go in the round.
Good front kick to the body by Lupe.
Oh, nice hook there.
Oh, nice connection by Godinez late in the round.
I need you to produce this kind of cultural phenomenon.
You're making a movie with Marlon Brando.
Many things happen in life. Let's go at all. What's right here is what's important.
This is not just some gangster film.
I really want you for my push me.
Oke, untuk ronde kedua sudah selesai.
It's Shakespeare.
Kita lihat dari total strike sekarang sudah cukup seimbang ya, dimana Calvillo sudah bisa mengejar dengan 50, sementara Godinez dengan 54. Calvillo masih unggul dalam takedown dengan 1 dan 0 untuk Godinez, sementara untuk strike sedikit tertinggal Calvillo dengan 48 dan Godinez 51. Dengan demikian kedua kotak yang Calvillo. Tapi Godinez yang masih unggul dalam total strike. Oke, bagaimana pendapat teman-teman? Silahkan dikomentarkan.
Holloway versus Arnold Allen in a high-stakes featherweight showdown. The decorated former champion facing the white-hot standout from England. One man leads Kansas City one step closer to a title shot. You can see the main card next Saturday, April 15th, 8:30 p.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN. All right, third and final round. We check in with our resident coach, Dean Thomas. Dean.
You know, DC, I think you're 100% correct. Calvillo is trying to go her in to get out of position so she can go for that takedown. So she's using a lot of movement. I'm surprised Lupi hasn't gone to the calf kick to try to slow her down. I think if she would do that, she'd be able to slow her down and maybe get her hands on her.
All the blood from the nose of Godinez. Obviously, Calvillo's landing much more than we thought.
Good shot to the body there by Lupi. Calvillo's having a lot of success with that jab, DC. I think that's part of what's making that nose leak. There it is again. She's really doing a great job of extending that left hand and catching her coming in.
Has the reach advantage, might as well use it. And a good start. Nice connection by Godinez, though.
High kick.
Both fighters really opening up here to begin round 3.
Well, this is a very close round. First close fight, rather, if you think about it. You know, Lupi having a good time with the striking in the first round. Oh, good right hand by Lupi there. But Cynthia got that takedown, and the volume that Cynthia showed in that second round, very close.
Both fighters land jabs.
These are hard shots to dig in this third and final round.
John Wood made a great point. He said she's leaning back whenever you're throwing. So the legs are there. So she'd be throwing more kicks off of that jab.
Sudah memasuki ronde ketiga.
That jab is nasty.
Godinez is walking into it. Like you said, she's very linear. She's going straight on the line. Not moving her head as effectively as she did. That was a good combination there. Little back fist.
Good connection by Calvillo. Under 3 minutes now to go. Calvillo changes level, attacks the body.
Looking for that takedown.
Nicely done by Godinez to avoid it and land a right hand.
Good front kick to the body by Lupi.
Oftentimes when judging, beauty can be in the eye of the beholder. Significant strike lands are essentially even, but Calvillo has thrown more than 100 more strikes.
Yeah, you can see it. And Godinez is wearing it, right? But you look at the face of Calvillo. But Cynthia has done a fantastic job of throwing those kicks right there. She throws the side kick, and then the jab has just been on point all night.
Right under a minute to decide it.
Oh my, tadi sama kuning tapi lo masih bisa memperagakan pertandingan tadi. Dan berakhir sudah, sepertinya Sergio Calvillo akan memenangkan pertandingan ini melalui AR. Karena melihat dari total strike tadi, Calvillo 107, lebih benar 104, takedown Calvillo 1, Godinez 0, dan strike berbalik unggul Calvillo 105, sementara Loki Godinez 91. Ya, sama-sama kita nanti kita tunggu ya, kita nantikan official judgment, official decision daripada hakim. Sesaat lagi akan disampaikan dan diumumkan.
Cynthia Calvillo and Lupi Godinez go the distance. Calvillo hands in the air. She did outland Lupi Godinez 105-91 in terms of the significant strikes. 320 total attempts for Calvillo, 196 for Lupi Godinez. Two fighters who are gifted as wrestlers and grapplers, putting on a striking display here tonight. All right, now it is time for the official decision brought to you by proper number 12 Irish Whiskey. Here's Bruce Buck.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for decision. Eric Cohen scores the contest. 29-28, Calvillo. Alicia Rodriguez scores it. 29-28, Godinez. And David Torelli scores it. 30-27 for the winner by split decision, Lupita.
Oh, luar biasa, berbanding terbalik dengan hasil total strike dan total significant strike ya. Ternyata Lupi Godinez diputuskan untuk memenangkan pertandingan melalui Lupi. Jadi dengan demikian Lupi Godinez menang atas Calvillo dan memperbaiki rekornya menjadi 9 kemenangan 3 kekalahan. Menang split decision dari Calvillo ya. Lupi Godinez. Selamat untuk Lupi Godinez menang dengan split
okay, be sharp, right? Because I know she's really good. She's been around for such a long time, and it's such an honor to have this fight with her here. I'm so happy, honestly.
Well, you overcame the obstacles she presented in front of you. Congratulations on a hard-fought victory.
Oke, dengan demikian berakhir sudah partai pertama di pre-elimination kita. Sesaat lagi kita akan menyaksikan partai kedua di pre-elimination antara Raul
Well, the way we are taught to interpret scoring these days suggests that damage reigns supreme, and we all kind of felt like Godinez did land the more significant shots, but Calvillo certainly disappointed after
pertarungan antara
that
kedua
effort.
Yeah, she
petarung
was very
asal Amerika
disappointed, but it was
Serikat.
very close. I mean, you cannot be upset either
Lihat
way
di
because it was
mana
a very, very
Gerard
close fight.
Mircea dengan rekor
Guys,
35
Tuesday,
kemenangan 15
catch up
kali
on all
kekalahan
the latest
sementara
MMA
Joe
talk
Pyfer
with DC and RC.
dengan
And you got
10
me and my boy
kemenangan
Ryan
dan
Clark,
2 kekalahan.
Super Bowl champion Ryan
Kita
Clark,
sama-sama
talking
ingat
about the sport that we
Gerard
both love so
bagaimana
much.
Gerard
Find us
masih
on
dikalahkan oleh
YouTube,
kampion
ESPN Plus,
pemain
and now at midnight Eastern on ESPN2.
All right, big win for Lupi Godinez, and as we draw closer to tonight's UFC 287 main card, here is a preview of the two highly anticipated matchups set to headline the event.
There is a man walking around that has 2 wins over Israel Adesanya.
The two men will meet for the ultimate prize in combat sports.
It's another great story for him, but it's not over. It's still war.
Even though he lost, he was winning the fight.
He fought all the right guys to get to the top and beat the champ.
MASVIDAL fight and Gilbert Burns, that would be absolutely sensational.
There could potentially be title implications.
Literally doesn't get any more exciting than that.
The UFC 287 previews are brought to you by DraftKings, the official sports betting partner of the UFC. DraftKings Sportsbook is the official sports betting partner of UFC, and UFC fans can make a $5 pre-fight moneyline bet and win $150 in bonus bets if your fighter wins. Sign up now with promo code OCTAGON. The UFC 287 prelims are presented by Modelo, brewed for those with a fighting spirit. And backed by DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the UFC. And by Big George Foreman in theaters April 28th. Won't be long now, folks. Live on pay-per-view tonight, the newly minted middleweight champ, Alex Pereira, faces bona fide UFC superstar Israel Adesanya. Also on tap, Gilbert Burns taking on Miami's own Jorge Masvidal. You can purchase UFC 287 right now at ESPNplus.com/PPV, UFC.com/PPV, everywhere else around the world. All right, next up will be the middleweights. Joe Pyfer asked Gerald Meerschaert for this fight. Gerald obliged. See who has the upper hand. Gerald Meerschaert's submission prowess is well documented, but he also has the will and the grit to go toe-to-toe. Perhaps he'll be working on that tonight against the hard-covered force out Philly, Joe Pyfer. After Big Joe Pyfer became the mantra for Season 6 of Dana White's Contender Series, the Philadelphia knockout artist capped off his 2022 with a blistering first-round knockout of Elena Madovsky. And tonight, Pyfer takes another step up in competition as he draws credentialed veteran Gerald Meerschaert. While willing to stand and bang with anyone he faces in the UFC, Meerschaert is still known for a deadly ground game that has seen him end his last 7 wins by way of submission, including victories over Bartosz Babinski and Mahmoud Muradov that earned GM3 Performance of the Night bonuses and a healthy respect from the division and everyone he meets on Fight Night. Coming up next, Gerald GM3 Meerschaert faces Joe Body Bags Pyfer.
Everyone needs a sign for the highway. It's the sign. We're driving in circles.
You're telling me I'm in a town. People can't leave, and that every night monsters come from the forest to hunt us. What are they?
You
name's Mike McCluskey. You know who I am? You know my name?
I know who you are.
Can I come over and talk to you? Can you not fucking shoot me?
I can't shoot you, man. Just drop my gun.
I'm coming over.
No knowing where the road could go for any of these Garuda Select players. Work hard, your opportunity will come.
You've got to earn the right to win this game today. Whatever happened in the last game's gone. We've come here to compete, just not stupidity.
Going to be an issue.
We have to have courage on the ball.
There's an urgency, a tenacity, making things happen.
You've shown what you're capable of, and be brave, guys.
Being ready when opportunity does come.
You remember him? Peter, stop crying. I ain't gonna hurt you.
I don't want no trouble. Please. I have a family.
We all got a family, Peter. But you got a signed contract to rent your house to the Godfather movie. That's a project that's very important to me. You understand that?
But Congressman Biaggi, he says it's bad for us Italians.
If you got a problem with certain people, you should come to me for help. We're all Italian, and we all want to see this movie get made.
Easy with that Beckenwood justice, man. We good. No, we're not good. You hooked a decent kid. Your boy fucked with them. Your boy lost. So it's over. Okay, so I want that letter on my fucking desk today.
Victor! Victor! What the hell are you doing? You're kicking people out.
I was just trying to get a head start this time.
Inside the newly named KASEYA Center here in Miami. Here's your tail of the tape for the middleweights. Gerald Mearshart, the underdog, is 35. Joe Piper, the favorite, 26. Piper, an inch in height, but is a 2.5-inch reach advantage. For the Wisconsin native, Gerald Mearshart. All right, now here for the intros, Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC middleweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a big buckle tall, weighing in at 185.5 pounds, fighting out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Joe Body And now introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, a freestyle fighter, holding a professional record, 35 wins, 15 losses. He stands 6 feet 1 inch tall, weighing in at 185.5 pounds, fighting out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Gerald GM3 And when the action begins, our referee in charge, Mark Goddard.
Mark Goddard, our referee. He will also handle the co-headliner tonight between Jorge Masvidal and Gilbert Burns. The beautiful Brittany Palmer with us tonight, Chrissy Blair, Vanessa Hansen, Brooklyn Wren also with us, albeit not working seemingly. Spike clock watched by proper number 12, Irish Whiskey.
Dan, ronde
That's
pertama
Mearshart on the
dimulai.
southpaw stance in black. Joe Piper counters orthodox in blue.
Joe Piper looks very big tonight. He said he put on size, and it's evident.
Well, I believe it was DC asked him in the octagon after his UFC debut win how soon he'd like to get back in there, and he said, I'm a mental case. I need time to fill out my body, and certainly he's done that.
Well, he looks big. Now, Mearshot's starting to inch forward a little bit. I think that's what he needs to do. He cannot be going backwards. He does not do a good job whenever he's backing up. It's hard for him to shoot and level change when he's not advancing.
Mearshart and his wife and son Bronx are going to move to South Florida immediately after this fight. His home base now, Kill Cliff FC, after years spent at Rufus-Sport in Wisconsin.
Piper has had a lot of quick fights. I asked him about if the fight goes long, is he prepared? He said he's prepared for a 15-minute war with Gerald Mearshart, but did not feel like Mearshart held any advantages in this fight.
Well, Mearshart is coming off a win of talented striker Bruno Silva, which was a big, big win for him. You know, Bruno Silva was the only guy to go the distance with PEREIRA and gave as good as he got. That was a wild fight.
And Gerald spoke about that, right? He spoke about being able to finish the guy that the champ did. You got to be very careful leaning back out of the way of that right hand, though, because if Piper can follow it with a kick, it may land.
Well, Mearshart is a good striker, but a very good grappler.
Yes.
His strength definitely lies in his submission, and he's a real threat if he can get anybody on the ground. Got to be careful. His chin is straight up in the air as he's moving forward, especially in the early round. Piper's very, very fresh.
Piper continuously said in our fighter meeting, I'm ready for 15 minutes. I'm ready to fight for 15 minutes, but he's got a definite speed advantage and feels like he's going to be able to create some openings here tonight. A little bit of a pedestrian start from Mearshart.
Oh, bagus sekali tadi strike kanan yang dilepas oleh Piper. Agak telat di depan di muka. Gerald.
Leaned into it and delayed it a second, and it got to the target.
Piper, part of that growing Philadelphia contingent, trains under John Marquez. Also in the corner tonight, Sean Brady, Jonathan Webb.
I saw Piper coming back from Abu Dhabi when Brady fought against Bilal Muhammad. So those guys are building that sense of team out in Philadelphia.
Toyo Tires, the official tire.
Oh, Mearshart. Jatuh Mearshart. Kena kanan tadi. Luar biasa, pound on ground dilepaskan Piper dan sekarang dia bisa menang TKO atas Gerald Mearshart. Luar biasa Joe Piper. Menang dia di ronde pertama dengan TKO.
And Mearshart came in with momentum, having won 4 of 5. Joe Piper stops him in his tracks, 4 straight wins for the budding
contender Joe Piper.
All right, now look at tonight's freaky fast finish brought to you by Jimmy John's.
It all started off with the left hook. Here's the body kick by Mearshart. Boom! There's that left hook. Right hand behind him. Mearshart's in real trouble here. And you see him immediately not even trying to get back up, just covering up. Let's see why. There's the left hook. Really just kind of grazed the chin. But that's the power of Joe Piper. And, you know, Gerald Mearshart's done here. Mark Goddard couldn't stop him at any time. He was just covering up. Made no attempt to get back up to his feet. Really just turtled up.
Tidak cepat, sesekali tetapi dengan full power. Menutup pertarungan kali ini dengan TKO Joe Piper, luar biasa. Saat lagi official decision akan diumumkan pertarungan antara Gerald Mearshart dan Joe Piper.
Talk about restoring order. There is no peace.
I have an idea. Let's go stay. I'm gonna trust you on this.
You need help, Mike. Let's work together.
It isn't what they want. It's what they're gonna get.
Do I know you from somewhere?
Not officially. Big fan.
I appreciate that, kid. Sit down, gents. Wait a second. Hold it. You're the guy who straightened out the script, right?
That's right. That's right.
I just do whatever my friend Joe asks.
Smart man. That's right. Really, thanks for making it happen for me.
Not a problem.
UFC 287 prelims are brought to you by DraftKings Sportsbook. New customers can make a $5 bet and win $150 in bonus bets if your fighter wins. Try DraftKings Sportsbook today using promo code OCTAGON. Right now it's time for the official decision brought to you by the United States Marine Corps. Here's Bruce.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Mark Goddard has called a stop to this contest at 3 minutes, 15 seconds of the first round. Declaring the winner by TKO, Joe
I'm here with the winner, Joe Pyfer. Joe, you are a man on the rise, and that was a huge victory for only your second fight in the UFC. How good does this feel? Joe,
pertarungan prelim kedua pada hari ini. Setelah itu kita akan melangkah ke Women's Strawweight Division. Pertarungan antara ranking 10 Women's Strawweight Michelle Waterson Gomez, karate hoki asal Amerika Serikat, akan menghadapi ranking 15 Luana Pinheiro asal Brazil. Michelle Waterson Gomez dengan rekor 18 kemenangan dan 10 kekalahan akan menghadapi Luana Pinheiro dengan rekor yang cukup impresif, 10 kemenangan dan 1 kekalahan asal Brazil. Sesaat
Let's enjoy the fruits of your victory and take a look up there at your hard work. You clipped him with this left hook, right on the chin. Immediately having trouble. You followed up with the right hand, and he was done.
Hey, Coach John, you don't get enough credit. I love you. Thank you. That's Coach John right there. I'm just a body doing the mission I was set out to do. Again, I stepped up almost 40 spots. I ain't scared of nobody, but I respect everybody. I love Gerald. That man fought everybody. I want my feet to grind bonus.
Congratulations, Joe. You're a man on the rise. Joe Pyfer, ladies and gentlemen.
Joe Pyfer putting on for Miami tonight, and he believes he has star power that candidly not a lot of other athletes have. I mean, certainly has some energy for the microphone there. Big moment for Joe Pyfer tonight.
Yeah, he does a great job of fighting. He did a good job of getting to Gerald Meerschaert and getting him out of there. He lands his beautiful left hook. The left hook hurts him at the chin. The right hand hits him right on the side of the temple and puts him down. What a performance. It's really hard to live up to the expectation when you get almost that acknowledgement from Dana White.
Sure.
He has done that and more in his first UFC appearances, 2 in a row with 2 massive finishes for Joe Pyfer.
And UFC President Dana White has really helped a lot of athletes. He has helped Joe Pyfer, but now Joe Pyfer helping himself, fattening up that bankroll with another big win tonight against Gerald Meerschaert. Well, enter now for your chance to win an epic UFC Dream Weekend International Fight Week 2023. Win a one-of-a-kind VIP experience in Vegas with exclusive access all week long. Scan that there QR code to enter or go to UFC.com/DreamWeek. Restrictions apply. All right, coming up next, we will get to 2 of the top 15 in the strawweight division. Michelle Waterson Gomez essentially has fought them all, and yet the fire still burns for the 37-year-old. Her mind is open in the gym, and she believes she will pull the right tool at the right time tonight. Against her shrinking Brazilian opponent, Luana Pinheiro, she has not been able to compete as much as she would like in the UFC, but the judo player has yet to taste defeat in the octagon, and if she can get a 9th straight win tonight, it will certainly be the biggest of her budding pro career. Well, the UFC could not have drawn the card up any better for this monumental Miami return. It will not be long now, folks. Prelims continue on ESPN after this.
This town is a town. Nothing stays hidden in a town.
You talk about restoring order. There is no peace.
I have an idea. It's gonna sting.
I'm gonna trust you on this. You need help, Mike. Let's work together.
If it's a war they want, it's a war they're gonna get.
How many times does the word mafia appear in the script?
Ooh, I think just once. Yeah. The producer Waltz, he says it to Tom Hagen, Consigliere. He says, now you listen to me, you smooth talking son of a bitch. I'm gonna lay it on the line for you and your boss, whoever he is. Johnny Fontaine never makes it into this movie. I don't care how many Dago Ginwap mafia gumbas come out of the woodwork. It's a good line.
Okay, cut it. Just the word, trust me.
But I'm not supposed to.
I won't tell.
Megan, what are you doing?
You don't look like my grandma.
It's not your grandma.
I'm so lonely.
Baby, please just...
Maybe I can come in. Megan, no!
This is not just some gangster film.
This could become a cultural phenomenon. This is a story about family. It's Shakespeare. It's epic.
The tension is palpable in this sold-out KeyBank Center UFC Light Heavyweight Championship rematch. Anthony Rumble Johnson and the champion Daniel Cormier.
Rumble Johnson is the scariest knockout artist in the history of the light heavyweight division. There's no debate about it. And Daniel will walk into this octagon with confidence that he was able to break Anthony Johnson in their first fight.
Rumble attacking with kicks to the body.
I mean, how about the toughness of these guys, though? Both of them taking big shots early on.
Rumble attacks the body, now
big
going
kick.
up top.
Two big kicks.
Cormier's in trouble. He got hurt with that kick.
DC's nose looks very broken to me, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, Daniel Cormier is a tough man.
And he takes Johnson now. Has
He's
his
got
back.
He's under the neck.
There it is.
Oh,
That's it.
my goodness.
That's it.
And there's the tap. Looked like
It's
Rumble
in.
tap.
It's in.
And
Wow.
still, Daniel Cormier has done it.
Wow.
DC reigns supreme once again, remains the hunted at 205 pounds. Oh, how about that smile? We're celebrating 30 years with our Change of the Game since 1993 campaign. Year-long celebration that'll include live events, enhanced fan activations, an immersive digital hub, dedicated social content, and much more. The campaign highlighting UFC's groundbreaking success and unrivaled history over the past 30 years. My man.
Yeah, it was a good night. Buffalo, right? Buffalo,
Yes.
New York. Yeah, I got Rumble the second time. R.I.P. to the great Rumble Johnson.
Yeah.
Guy was a great rival of mine over the course of my career, but ain't nothing like carrying them two belts, or carrying any belt for that matter.
Yeah.
Tonight, somebody gets to carry a UFC championship. Joe, I was a bad boy, huh, Joe?
You were a bad man.
No praise in
Daniel
my beard
Cormier.
or anything. You know? I was a good-looking boy, too. I tell you that much.
That was a big victory, too.
Tenacity.
Rumble was a scary, scary man.
And Joe, and I think you are aging gracefully. You look good. All right, tonight on pay-per-view, our co-headliner truly could stand alone. Two elite welterweights who both call South Florida home. One born and raised, one looking to spoil the party, and one fan base that just can't wait to watch all of it play out.
I'm a problem that Gilbert can't fix. He can't phone a friend to fix it either. And nobody knows can fix this problem that's coming at him. Gilbert's in all types of danger. He can't swim and he just jumped off in the deep end.
I'm super confident I can break George MASVIDAL. I think he's going to come out very, very strong and aggressive in the first round. So do I. I'm going to come very, very aggressive and strong. But I think he's going to slow down. You know, cardio always been a problem for him and for me. I got cardio for days.
There's not a man that God created that I feel I can't break in that cage. So definitely Gil falls in those guidelines of somebody who's very breakable for me.
He's at home, you know, born and raised here in Miami. I get it, crowd is on his side, but I'm becoming expert in stealing the crowd.
Megan O'Leary, Octagon side here in Miami. We know that there was a lot on the line for tonight's co-main event. Both men reside here in South Florida, but for the first time in his UFC career, Jorge Masvidal will fight in his hometown of Miami, Florida. Yesterday when I spoke to him, he told me it's hard to put into words what this opportunity truly means for him. And with this opportunity comes a lot of responsibility in Jorge's mind. He said not just a win for himself and his fans, but to be an example to so many who may have similar backgrounds or upbringings that anything is possible. You can truly achieve your dreams. But make no mistake, GILBERT is not just looking for a feel-good win here. His anniversary as a mixed martial artist is almost 20 years now, and he still has his sights set very, very firmly on obtaining that title. And he wants to settle the score with his rival, the now champion Leon Edwards. GILBERT told me he believes the storyline is compelling enough that should he win tonight, he should be next in line to fight for the belt. But his opponent, Gilbert Burns, has a very similar mindset here tonight. He told me he needs to put an exclamation point on this performance. However, he believes he could and should leapfrog the line to be next in line for a title shot. Certainly, we know the Miami crowd is going to be invested in this one, but so is the welterweight division and all of the athletes that call that weight class home. They will be looking to see what happens as there are so many things in flux at 170 pounds, and certainly Jorge Masvidal is looking to get it done in front of his hometown crowd, guys.
All right, Megan, thank you. 1 hour from now, we're live on pay-per-view. The newly minted middleweight champ Alex Pereira facing Israel Adesanya. Also, Gilbert Burns, as you just heard. Taking on Miami's own Jorge Masvidal. You can purchase UFC 287 right now. ESPNplus.com/PPV, UFC.com/PPV, everywhere else around the world. All right, coming up next, it'll be the strawweights as we show you the ranked fighters 6 through 15 in a division in which they are all chasing the otherworldly Zhang Weili. Michelle Waterson-Gomez still entrenched in the top 10. And Luana Pinedo actually was informed by a fan on Instagram that she had cracked the rankings. We'll see if she can move into the top 10 with a win tonight. Candidly, if you desire to contend in this division,
Waterson-Gomez versus Luana Pinedo. Luana Pinedo.
She's not going anywhere. In fact, she wants Luana Pinedo to realize over the course of this pivotal showdown.
Michelle Waterson-Gomez dengan 18 kali kemenangan dan 10 kekalahan akan menghadapi Luana Pinedo dengan 10 kemenangan, 1 kekalahan.
But the karate hottie has never been complacent with her place in the rankings, and she will challenge herself once again tonight when she faces Brazilian up-and-comer Luana Pinedo. Wins over Randa Marcos and Sam Hughes landed the Contender Series alum a number next to her name. And with the stakes now higher than ever against the big-name Waterson, Pinedo intends to produce a career-defining performance with the entire world watching. Coming up next, the karate hottie, Michelle Waterson-Gomez, squares off against Luana Pinedo.
Can I help you? We got on a detour off the highway and cell service around here.
Got your family with you?
Yeah. I was wondering if you could point me in the direction of the highway.
No problem.
What did he say? Stay on the road. God damn it.
Just be ready. Like this shit getting out of hand.
Yeah, what the fuck did I just walk into? 25th Street.
The fuck did you do? The fucking massacre to your flag. No, not my flag. No, I did not call that. No, I can't. I can't call that. That shit came from inside.
I talked to the shooter, all right? It did not come from the fucking inside, so that's a good from you. Somebody's fucking cooking something up.
My name is Triple C, Olympic champion, flyweight champion of the world, and now bantamweight champion of the world. I am the greatest combat athlete of all time.
That's it. Get him a second goal. Henry Cejudo has a set of skills that is unparalleled.
He makes it look easy.
Wow, I'm never gonna doubt that kid again.
He
UFC is trying to build a legacy in this division that will never be touched. And if you want to do that, you got to go through the body.
See it as an opportunity to show up.
What, is that what you think that I'm doing here?
Our mom and dad's already here.
Hello. You give us a minute because we're worried.
Yeah, sure. I just came by. Because I had a little piece of news, a very small piece of news to deliver. What? I wanted to do it in person.
You got Pacino? You got him! What are you kidding? You did it? How did you do it?
There's a certain shade of yellow. And we're not making this movie without.
Oh, do I want to know how this happened?
Nothing my mother would be embarrassed by.
What's with the suit? You never wear a suit?
I gotta see a guy about it.
No knowing where the road can go for any of these Garuda Select players. Work hard, your opportunity will come.
You've got to earn the right to win this game today. Whatever happened in the last game's gone. We've come here to compete, just not stupidity.
Going to be an issue.
We have to have courage on the ball.
There's an urgency, a tenacity, making things happen.
You show what you're capable of and be brave, guys.
Being ready when opportunity does come.
It's Carlos. It's the ball. You see Carlos moves getting us. This is nice. Real fast, Carlos.
Back live, ready to go with more prelim action. This Tail the Tape is brought to you by Morla. Michelle Watterson-Gomez, 37. Luana Pinedo is 30. 1 inch the gap in height, even less pronounced in reach. Half an inch advantage for the Brazilian, Luana Pinedo. All right, now for the particulars, back inside of her spot.
Watterson-Gomez 37, sementara Luana 30 tahun ya. 18 kali kemenangan. Luana Pinedo nomor 15 berasal dari Brazil, 10 kali kemenangan, 1 kali kekalahan, berasal dari Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Menjadi petarung favorit kali ini. Sementara itu untuk kulit merah, ranking 10 Women's Power, Michelle Watterson-Gomez, 18 kali kemenangan, 10 kali kekalahan, berasal dari Albuquerque,
Presenting the number 10 ranked strawweight contender in the world, the Karate Michelle Watterson-Gomez. And when the action begins, our referee in charge, Larry Folsom.
Tonight's CineCam looks are brought to you by DraftKings Sportsbook. Michelle Watterson-Gomez plus 135, the betting underdog at close. Luana Pinedo, chalk favorite, minus 155.
You ready? You ready? Go!
All right, this fight clock is brought to you by Modelo. Pinedo with 8-fight winning streak in tow is in yellow. Watterson is in the blue and black.
Dengan celana biru hitam,
Pinedo, former national judo champion in Brazil. She talked about the consequences of a mixed martial arts loss versus a judo loss. She competed in judo every week, but in MMA, after suffering her first loss, she realized can't take too many more of those. She has since reeled off 8 straight wins.
Well, it's one of those sports where losses are forgiven, but you have to have so much goodwill in your career before you can start to stack them up. We have certain people, though, in the UFC are in fighting that can't lose, they don't lose much. But she isn't there yet. It's like boxing. When you're a prospect, you gotta win.
Michelle landed a good, solid low kick there. that is one of her biggest strengths is her kicks.
That front leg point you made about Michelle Waterson-Gomez is really true because not many people use that front leg. Honestly, that was the leg I think. Was that the one that Edwards got Usman with? Was it the front leg or was that the back? It was the back. Okay.
Yeah.
So he must stand southpaw.
But it's the karate stylists, like guys like Stephen Wonderboy Thompson.
Yeah, Wonderboy was real good at that.
Fantastic at using his front leg.
Pinedo, one of the better athletes in this division that is full of athletes.
And there you see that front leg. She uses that front leg side. There's the round kick. She's very sneaky with that. And if you don't have a high-level karate stylist to train with, it's very unexpected where those kicks are coming from.
Pinedo say that she has had her teammates emulate Michelle Waterson-Gomez.
Big elbow. Spinning elbow landed.
I think that would hurt her a little bit.
I think so too. Michelle looks sharp.
That's one of the things about Pinedo. When you land one of her, she wants to get it back. So if you can time what she's doing, you can land shots like that. But that leg kick was nasty.
That was a nasty low kick by Luana.
Pinedo's father is a judo master. As she ate a right hand there, had her on the mats at 2 years old. Pinedo also has 3 older brothers.
Oh my God, Pinedo loads up, man. She throws with a lot of ill intent.
This coach's cam, sorry DC, is brought to you by Proper Number 12 Irish Whiskey. We're going to check in on Joshua Gomez and Mike Winklejohn in the corner of Michelle Waterson-Gomez.
Get ready for your Nicky. Get ready for your Nicky.
You know what? We'll get varsity. She keeps coming. We just gotta have her feet set. We're getting our heels.
She's gonna throw bumps like that, Shell. Cow it. You can cow it. Cow it.
Sisa 2 menit lagi di ronde pertama ini. Kita lihat Michelle Waterson-Gomez bertarung kali ini di ronde pertama dengan total 14 strike, sekarang berbanding 8
I think those outside leg kicks, Pinedo's landed a couple of them real hard.
She went for it again. The moment she switched to orthodox, DC.
Waterson-Gomez feints the shot. 90 seconds to go round 1.
Good right hand by Pinedo. She loads up her strikes, but that one was straight down the pipe.
Kick to the body right afterwards.
Gomez's legs are very effective today.
There's a good low kick by Luana again. And she immediately switches back to southpaw.
Front kick to the lead leg by Waterson-Gomez. Under a minute to go in the round.
Waterson tends to, when she stands with that front leg, that right leg front, completely sideways. She stands karate style, which limits the use of the back leg. It makes it more difficult. You got to do a little step off the center line to throw that left kick off the back leg. But when she's right leg forward, she's primarily attacking with that right foot. See it right here?
Yeah, she's
really totally sideways. But it telegraphs it because you know that it's going to be that leg coming at you.
Completely bladed.
Yep, bladed.
Connection late in the round.
Kanan tadi yang sangat baik dari Pinedo ya. Oh, goyang. Waterson-Gomez. Ronde pertama berakhir. Detik-detik terakhir ronde pertama tadi kita lihat melawan Pinedo.
This is not just some gangster film.
This could become a cultural phenomenon.
You're making a movie with Marlon Brando.
Many things happen in life, but through it all, what's right here is what's important. Godfather is bringing us too many problems.
This is a story about family. It's Shakespeare. It's epic.
Goddamn thing from the last one. What we need to do is just knock that comments down 100%. Like sweep that fucking.
Fuck you, but you just fucking listen to me. Fuck, okay? It's like talking to the fucking gangs here. We need a pecking order inside, gentlemen, so we have control on the outside. I have no one to negotiate with. There's no fucking order. When there's no order, they do drive-bys by the fucking schools and every cop car that passes by. We don't need that.
After a spirited round one.
Big end of the round for Luana. And there's that low kick again, hard on the calf.
Ronni kedua baru saja mulai.
What a fight thus far.
Push kick tadi mengenai dari Michelle ya, mengenai wajah dari luar.
Waterson Gomez, her kicks are always fast, but particularly so tonight.
Baik sekali lagi.
That calf is very hurt. I'm surprised she's standing in orthodox still.
Especially with the ability to fight southpaw. Those leg kicks are nasty for Pinedo. But now she's got Waterson Gomez reacting to her feints. She can explode with her hands now.
Pinedo starting to read things better defensively as well.
One of the problems with getting that left calf kicked as well is that when she does switch to the southpaw position, she can't cover the same distance because she tries to throw that front leg. When she does it, she picks that leg up and slides in to kick. Now, if her left leg is compromised, it's really going to make a big difference in how much distance she can cover. And she got hit there again. That left leg is stumbling. Her left leg is compromised.
Was just out of range with what could have been a huge left hand to punctuate that combination. Good push kick from Waterson Gomez.
You see how she's moving in. She's having a real hard time with that left leg.
All right, let's check in with the coach, Dean Thomas. Dino,
when you have power like Pinedo, you need to walk her down.
Pinedo mencoba melakukan serangan kombinasi yang sangat baik tadi.
When she's at a disadvantage, she needs to stay close and try to walk Waterson Gomez down.
It's just so exciting to have contenders like Pinedo in this weight class, the smaller weight class where she throws everything so hard. I mean, you're talking about 115 where she lives, where Amanda Limos lives, like these powerful Brazilians that just try to knock your head off with everything they throw.
And some of these women, the athleticism is just absurd. Pinedo, former swimmer, she did gymnastics, handball, indoor soccer.
She's doing a great job in the clinch there, landing some really good knees. And that strength of her, from her judo background in that clinch is very evident.
Yeah.
Does it again. Oh my goodness, that
and
left
stunning.
calf
Yep, it's stunning now. And it gets so bad that even when you check it, right, it doesn't help.
Good leg kick there by Gomez, but it doesn't appear as though she is putting her full weight on that lead leg.
Uh-oh, she's got that leg caught. Good job and good balance by Michelle Waterson Gomez.
She's a tremendous athlete. Waterson Gomez is a crazy athlete, man.
And look at this takedown defense. Beautiful takedown defense by Michelle. But Pinedo in the corner with that knee to the body.
She's gonna try to whizzer kick her here.
Ooh, good elbow by Michelle. Very
Waterson
nice.
Gomez's defensive wrestling has been outstanding thus far.
She was very prepared for this. She knew she would have to defend takedowns. She knew she would have to compete from the clinch position in the judo.
Solid jab.
Jab dibalas dengan jab.
Nice by Michelle.
I mean, look at how hard Pinedo's throwing, man. It's crazy.
And Michelle
landed a beautiful right hand, and the things coming back in her direction is crazy.
Pinedo has reset with some deep breaths a couple times in this round.
Yep, she's starting to get a little tired. That's what happens when you throw everything with 100%. And I don't know what Michelle did, but she's done something to stop her from throwing the leg kick.
I think it's distance. Look how much further away she is. Oh, but she got caught with that one on the inside, on the other side of the calf. Oh, good kick to the body there, but a right hand But Pinheiro, oh, she faked the low. Check that one. You see how she's having a hard time closing distance now with those stepping side kicks.
All right, no shortage of action through. Oh! Again, Pinheiro late. Round 3 coming up.
Consequence of a riot is our new reality. We need a pecking order inside, gentlemen, so we have control on the outside. I have an idea. Let's get a stick. We'll trust you on this.
Even saints have their breaking point.
You want to start a war out here? You want to stop me, police, Mikey?
They're all yours, Father.
Versus Arnold Allen, high-stakes featherweight showdown. The decorated former champ facing the white-hot English standout. We'll see who leaves Kansas City one step closer to a title shot. UFC Fight Night next Saturday, April 15th, 8:30 p.m. Eastern.
Dari total 2 ronde tadi, Michelle sepertinya unggul dalam agresivitas 50 total strike berbanding 24 lawannya Pinheiro. Sementara di significant strike, Michelle 43 dan lawannya Pinheiro 30. Ada 3 upaya takedown yang dilakukan oleh Luana. Semuanya gagal dan kali ini takedown dari Michelle juga coba ketinggalan.
Michelle Waterson Gomez, 2 solid ones.
Veteran move by Gomez, getting to her position, knowing what she has to do to try to win this fight.
She's really digging that knee in there. Oh, attempt.
Pinheiro's got to find a way to unlock her hands. Waterson Gomez is doing a good job of keeping the hands locked. She fed the hips there. That's that wizard kick we were talking about earlier.
But great job by Gomez of getting back up to her feet.
Pinheiro used that to put Michelle on the defensive.
And from here, Pinheiro's excellent with knees to the bottom. You see those there. She really digs that knee in. And those really take a lot out of the gas tank. And here's another one up high.
Looks like Gomez has been opened up, nose licking a little bit here. Just over 3 minutes to decide it.
Pinheiro's so strong in the clinch. You know, that judo background just allows her to just control so well with underhooks and overhooks.
She has a great understanding for fighting in close. But this is a very, very close fight. Michelle has done some really good work with those front kicks like that. She's hit her in the face 3 or 4 times with that same strike.
And they both landed big shots simultaneously several times. Nice attack there by Waterson Gomez.
She tried to axe kick there, or a crescent kick, hard to tell.
Gomez is so flexible. She throws those kicks, no wind up, and she gets to the target really fast.
And she's, most importantly, she's keeping her away from her with those. Like Luana's very hesitant about closing the distance when that front kick's coming up towards her face. Nice kick to the body there by Luana. Oh! She went up high.
Tendangan yang sangat baik tadi dari Michelle. 24 total leg kick yang dilepaskan oleh Michelle Waterson.
Luana's got so much power.
Yeah, she's got a ton of power.
Particularly in that right hand.
And And she seems to be having a good time. She's smiling at Michelle.
Yeah, they both sort of exchanged a wry smile there.
Waterson Gomez, though, is showing, honestly, that even if a fight gets a little dirty like this, she's willing to bite down on the mouth guard, kind of go blow for blow with a big power striker like Juana Pinedo.
Certainly appears to be the more offensive fighter here down the stretch.
Nice left to the body there. Left kick to the body by Michelle. And spinning elbow again. Michelle's been definitely more active in the third and final round. And that could be pivotal.
She's doing a good job of just staying working. Even if it's not getting like that. Not even getting to the target, but she's throwing. Pinedo is looking for the big moment, and right now she's not having any. But that's a credit to Michelle Waterson Gomez because she's done things to deter her, like that spinning elbow. Every time she darts in, she throws that elbow.
Good right jab there by Michelle. There's that side kick again. So good at chambering that off that front leg. And totally sideways. Look at her. See, that completely removes the threat of the left leg. Oh, beautiful timing.
Takedown berhasil didapatkan Michelle Waterson Gomez. Luar biasa.
Well, you can see the corner of Pinedo telling her to go.
Oh, big end of the round for Michelle Waterson Gomez.
Yes. You see Mateus Nicolau just yelling like you got to go.
Karate Hoti seperti yang memenangkan pertarungan ini. Total strike dan takedown dia unggul ya. Total strike 73 berbanding 45 untuk Luana. Takedown Michelle 1, Luana 0. Sementara significant strike-nya itu Michelle 60 dan Luana Pinedo hanya 40. Dan besar kemungkinan pertarungan ini akan dimenangkan oleh Michelle Waterson Gomez. Karate Hoti.
We are stuck.
Pay-per-view by watching Best Bets with Brett Okamoto and Ian Parker. If you're looking for big underdogs who give cash or some fun parlays, the guys have you covered with their best plays across the entire card. Catch it every week on YouTube. So Michelle Waterson Gomez and Luana Pinedo go the distance as we take you inside the numbers. Significant head strikes, advantage Pinedo. Body strikes and leg kicks, a decided advantage for Waterson Gomez. Perhaps Pinedo landed the more damaging strikes, but overall Waterson Gomez with a very efficient performance tonight. Outlanded Pinedo in terms of significant strikes, 60-40. We did see earlier tonight in a matchup with Lupi Godinez and Cynthia Calvillo. Godinez was rewarded despite being on the wrong end of the volume equation. So we await the all-important scorecards, and we'll see who will prevail. It is now time for the official decision brought to you by New Amsterdam Vodka. With those scorecards, here's Bruce.
Judges.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for decision.
Setelah 3 ronde pertarungan,
scores the contest 29-28 Waterson. Christopher Lee scores it 29-28 Pinheiro. And Alicia Rodriguez scores the contest 29-28 for the winner by split decision, Luana.
Wah, luar biasa, split decision, di luar dugaan, Luana. Setelah 3 ronde memenangkan pertarungan melalui split decision, luar biasa. Luana Pinedo memenangkan pertarungan ini split decision. Dengan berakhirnya pertarungan tersebut, kita kemudian akan melangkah ke pertarungan prelims terakhir untuk hari ini, di mana di divisi middleweight akan bertarung. Ranking 14 middleweight Chris Curtis akan menghadapi ranking 15 middleweight Kevin Gastelum keduanya petarung merupakan petarung asal Amerika Serikat, di mana Chris Curtis dengan rekor 30 kali kemenangan dan 9 kali kekalahan, sementara Kevin Gastelum 17 kali menang, 8 kali kalah. Kita sama-sama mengingat kalau Kevin Gastelum ini adalah salah satu juga petarung yang sempat merepotkan Israel Adesanya di masa jaya-jayanya ya, Kevin Gastelum. Tetapi beberapa pertarungan terakhir Kevin Gastelum itu tampil tidak begitu baik, yang menyebabkan rankingnya di middleweight ini menurun. Sekarang tinggal di ranking 15. Malam ini akan menghadapi Chris Curtis, salah satu petarung juga yang punya rekor impresif ya, 30 kali kemenangan dan 9 kali kekalahan. Saat
The UFC 287 prelims are presented by Modelo. All right, here's a look at what is coming up over on UFC Fight Pass. How about no fewer than 5 live events next weekend from LFA, Cage Warriors, Fury FC, Titan FC, and Hollywood Fight Nights Boxing. The UFC stars of tomorrow are fighting exclusively on UFC Fight Pass. The UFC 287 prelims are presented by Modelo, brewed for those with a fighting spirit. And in part by proper number 12 Irish whiskey, one for all. A lot of championship history inside the walls of this KASEYA Center. More where that came from later tonight. Well, on Thursday, UFC athletes Calvin Kattar, Brendan Allen, and Karolina Kowalkiewicz visited pediatric patients at Nicholas Children's Hospital right here in Miami. Joined by the Miami Mayor, Francis Suarez, the team spent time with patients during a tour, provided toys, blankets, and autographed cards, and also conducted group meet and greets and joined the afternoon arts and crafts classes. Founded back in 1950, Nicholas Children's Hospital serves as South Florida's only licensed specialty hospital exclusively for children. And if you'd like to learn more about UFC's corporate social responsibility program, kindly visit UFC.com/foundation. All right, over to pay-per-view, top of the hour. First, though, our featured prelim, high stakes for both men. The action man Chris Curtis has realized a ton of UFC success thus far, and his foot remains firmly on the gas tonight. He draws his biggest name opponent to date, returning contender Kelvin Gastelum. Having shared the octagon with no fewer than 7 UFC champions, it can be said Kelvin Gastelum has embraced a degree of difficulty over the course of his career that few men can match, all by the age of 31. Tonight, Gastelum expects another tough fight out of Chris Curtis, but he plans to prove tough won't be enough for the action man to get the win. Holding an entirely different view of the situation to play out over the next 3 rounds or so tonight. Curtis has blasted through his UFC wins thus far over Phil Hawes, Brendan Allen, and Joaquin Buckley, and he expects more of the same when he puts his hands on his biggest name opponent to date. Coming up next, Chris Action Man Curtis takes on Kelvin Gastelum.
Gangster movies are dead. This is not just some gangster film.
Halo, sesaat lagi ya, Chris Curtis akan menghadapi Kelvin Gastelum. Halo, sesaat lagi ya.
That's not the way I envisioned bringing home a world title.
You can't go around saying I'm the champ because you didn't win the belt. You were given it.
No one could ever tell me you're the most unqualified champion. I'm like, listen, dude, I'm the best, baby.
That's it. All right, Toby. Let's see what you got. Holy shit.
Oh, Jesus. If you're that nervous, maybe robbery's not your thing. What do you think? Come on, fuckface.
The Duke, he said to come to you. He said you could help me. He said to trust you. I fucked up, man. I fucked up and I don't know how to make it right. Can you help me, please? The Duke.
I'm choking you with this tire on because I don't want to fucking touch you, you piece of shit.
Sponsored by Cerveza Modelo. There's the king of combat, Chris Curtis, hitting the inspection zone. He's won 9 of his last 10, and Joey's off to a 4-1 start in the UFC. Outstanding boxer. Said he could have been a little bit cleaner in his last fight against Joaquin Buckley, but huge opportunity for him tonight against a very big name.
Well, he got it done against Joaquin Buckley. That's what's important. And one of the most underrated aspects of Chris's game is his defense. If you watch the way he fights, he very rarely gets hit clean. He moves punches very well. His big victories over Rodolfo Vieira, Brandon Allen, and Phil Hawes. I mean, he is probably the most slept-on guy in this talent-rich division. But this is an enormous opportunity for him tonight against former title challenger Kelvin Gastelum.
And wholesale changes since we last saw Gastelum, now training out of Fight Ready. Under Eddie Chan, Santino DeFranco, Terrell Hunsinger Jr. also in the corner tonight. And Gastelum said, maybe we should expect some wrestling tonight. We'll see how he approaches this challenge against Chris Curtis. Tail the tape, brought to you by Toyo Tires, official tire of UFC. Chris Curtis, 35. Kelvin Gastelum, still just 31 years of age. Curtis taller by an inch. He will have a 4-inch reach advantage. All right, now for the introductions back inside of Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC middleweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a mixed martial artist, holding professional record, 17 wins, 8 losses, 1 no contest. He stands
Kelvin Gastelum 17 kemenangan, 8 kali kekalahan, 1 no contest dari Yuma, Arizona, Amerika Serikat. Ranking 15 middleweight. Kelvin Gastelum. Sementara itu, nomor 15 middleweight, Chris Curtis, 30 kali menang, 9 kali kekalahan, berasal dari Las Vegas, Nevada, Amerika Serikat. Saat lagi.
Mark Goddard, one of the best in the business, our referee. Chrissy Blair, also one of the best in the business. Featured prelim is upon us. Pay-per-view hits at the top of the hour. This fight clock brought to you by Toyo Tires, the official tire of UFC. Gastelum pressuring early. Chris Curtis in black.
You gotta be very careful pressuring against Chris Curtis. That dude's got dynamite in his hands.
Pelindung ankle ya. Seperti memang dia sudah
mentally locked in and just more present overall in training.
dengan gaya kickboxing.
We heard Israel Adesanya talk about that this week. Nice inside leg kick for Chris Curtis.
Wow, leg kick beberapa kali sudah dilayangkan Gastelum tadi.
Beautiful jab by Kelvin. And Kelvin has one of the crispest 1-2s in the game. That left hand comes like a bullet at you.
And there's that Gastelum jab splitting the guard of Curtis early.
Wow, leg Gastelum luar biasa ini. Sepertinya sudah nampak kesakitan, histeris di bagian kaki kanannya. Hampir semua leg kicks. Baiknya Gastelum itu mengarah ke calf bagian kanan.
The defense of Chris Curtis is fantastic. Yeah.
So when you're fighting a guy like Chris Curtis that has that high shell guard.
Wow, kombinasi yang sangat baik dari Kelvin. Sangat baik penampilan Kelvin di ronde pertama ini. Cukup agresif dengan beberapa kombinasi, ditambah dengan beberapa leg kick, half kick ya, diarahkan ke kaki kanannya. Sportif.
Gastelum off to an outstanding start with his hands, attacked the body effectively there.
If he can return to the form that he had when he fought Israel, because up until the PEREIRA fight, that was the toughest fight ADESANYA had inside the octagon.
Gastelum is touching him up right now.
He really is. He looks great. But look, Curtis is smiling at him, walking him down. Ooh, nice counter low kick by Chris.
A lot of respect for the power on both sides. Across the midpoint around one.
Leg kick lagi luar biasa.
Curtis has got to get going because this is the next level, right? Like you always get to a certain point in the rankings, and then you see that next level. Kelvin's the next level for him. If he wants to be truly considered a guy that can compete at the highest point of middleweight, he's got to win these.
Chris landed a good straight left in there.
Kombinasi dari Chris lumayan baik.
So good, man.
So good. But he's a long-time sparring partner of Sean Strickland, and those guys go to war. They put in some serious rounds, and because of that, it's timing and distance management is outstanding.
Dua kali beruntun masuk.
He's not taking him clean on the jaw that much.
Got to cut over the top of his right eye right now. Gastelum has landed quite a few shots
untuk
this round.
sementara ini ditutup
Coach Dean Kelvin's with us all night. Dean, what do you have?
You know, Kelvin getting respect with his hands early is instrumental because ultimately we know he wants to take down. Yeah, he talked about that earlier. He wants to get the takedown, but in order to do that, he's got to get respect with his hands, and he's done that early. This is going to be a tremendous fight.
The speed of Calvin Gastelum looks outstanding tonight. He looks very well prepared, and I like the move to fight ready. I think that's a great camp for him.
And even though he hasn't competed since aligning with those guys back in his native state, he's been with them for a long time, right? Was to headline against Nassourdine Imavov earlier this year, so he's been there a long time.
Again with that low kick and the little stutter step that he does before it to set it up. Calvin looks outstanding. Look at that right hand. The timing. Calvin Gastelum looks on point tonight.
Terakhir tadi masuk dari Chris satu. Sementara itu kita lihat sudah ada terjadi sobekan di pelipis mata kanan Estatis setelah beberapa kali bagaimana menerima kombinasi pukulan dari Gastelum.
I love that version of Calvin Gastelum. When you see him bouncing, look at that beautiful combination. When you see Calvin light on his feet, that's the best Calvin.
Using that athleticism.
Strong start for the favorite Gastelum round.
Oke, ronde pertama berakhir. Kita lihat Kelvin Gastelum seperti memiliki ronde pertama setelah total strike. Kelvin Gastelum unggul dengan 30 berbanding 19 dari Chris Curtis. Sementara itu significant strike sama 30 berbanding 19. Belum ada upaya takedown sepanjang ronde pertama ini. Pertarungan terjadi dalam kondisi berdiri, belum ada knockdown juga, tetapi leg kick berbahaya dari Kelvin Gastelum ya, menjam cukup keras bagian kaki sebelah kanan dari Chris Curtis itu sepertinya akan meninggalkan Roma ya. Jadi di ronde kedua nanti itu sepertinya Chris Curtis harus memikirkan antisipasi bagaimana cara untuk menguasai. Kita nantikan ronde kedua.
With DC and RC, as me and my boy Ryan Clark talk shop about the sport that we both love. Find the show on YouTube, ESPN Plus, and now midnight Eastern on ESPN2.
Heavy leg kick for Kelvin Gastelum early round 2. Pretty cool to see Eric Nixick and Santino DeFranco and Eddie Cha going back and forth in those corners. A lot of good fights on both sides.
Kelvin Gastelum looks in rare form, folks. This is the best version of Kelvin. This is when you see Kelvin, the world title contender.
The guy that fought for the interim championship. But his coaches want him to not brawl. They said, we are not here for a brawl. Let's stick, let's move, and stay out of range. And Eric Nixick is telling to do that. Believe in the right hook whenever he trails off to that side.
Chris Curtis connected there.
We know Gastelum has a chin on him. Told us in the fighter meeting, I can dish out punishment, I can also take it. But a good response from Curtis early.
Good left hand over the top by Kelvin. Kelvin's digging in now. And this tends to happen when Kelvin gets hit. He's a warrior. He wants to get it back. And that's what they're trying to avoid him doing, brawling.
I'm looking at Eddie Cha going, calm down, like slow it down a little bit. You don't need to fight him this way.
Yes. Oh, see, this is it. These kind of exchanges. This is where Chris Curtis is very dangerous.
Back to the discipline. Back to the discipline.
Fighters exchange body shots there.
Ooh, good body shot by
Terjatuh terus kasih. Disulian terus dan pukulan dikuasai punggungnya sekarang. Kenapa tadi dia terjatuh?
What is happening to Curtis?
I don't know. He just went down somehow.
Gastelum menguasai punggung Chris, sementara Chris berupaya untuk berdiri terus buka kaki. Sekarang Chris berupaya untuk memberikan pressure ke dinding oktagon.
Hit him on the chin. Yeah, that can really hurt you.
We'll get you that replay between rounds of the accidental clash of heads.
Those moments are so pivotal in fights sometimes. Go back to Rumble Johnson and Gustafsson.
Wait, do you remember when Valentina fought the gal Tyler Santos? Yeah, she got an accidental clash of heads. It was going in her way, and then all of a sudden it changed.
It looks like Curtis has recovered.
But the bigger part of that is, like, what did the judges see? They didn't see the accidental clash of heads, right? They saw him go down and Kelvin dominate him for a bit.
And they look at him now. He's getting a little sloppy, the way he's moving. Looks like he's either hurt or tired.
He's trying to dig that body shot. He really does kind of extend when he throws that right body shot.
But also we have to keep an eye on that left calf. That left calf, excuse me, the right calf has eaten a lot of hard shots. And because they both stand southpaw, that right leg is very open for Chris Curtis. For Kelvin Gastelum to hit Chris Curtis.
Gastelum in perpetual motion, really light on his feet tonight, moving well laterally.
Chris, check that one.
Right hook as well. Body shot dari Chris.
Curtis can take a shot.
He certainly can. But it's also because he moves well with punches.
He's rolling.
Yes.
Rolling his shoulder. Look at that.
Wow. He's digging in now, though.
Body
He's throwing that right to the body. Look at that.
Berapa kali tadi terlihat Curtis mencoba melepaskan body shot yang sangat keras.
That's the issue. The movement of Gastelum has caused Curtis a ton of problems tonight. If he can land a few more of those body shots, it'll slow down Kelvin.
The movement and that low calf kick that inhibits his movement.
Well, Chris doesn't kick. Chris is boxing.
Just ask Kelvin, yeah. 15 of 18 for Curtis to the body thus far. Under a minute to go, round 2.
He showed him the shot there. Oh, another body shot and head shot by Chris Curtis.
Body shot yang luar biasa dari Curtis sudah beberapa kali mendarat.
He is digging that right
Sangat
body.
keras.
Kelvin cracked him there. Look at that jab. So
ini Kelvin mencoba melepaskan beberapa kali jab
But
kanan.
notice how Curtis rolled with it. Digs that body again.
I'd like to see Curtis double up that right hand. Now that he's got Kelvin reacting to that right body shot, I'd like to see him go body shot right hand, come up with the right hand with the right hook. Gastelum needs to stay doing what he's doing right now.
Left hand over the top for Gastelum.
Chris Curtis. Uppercutnya masuk tadi luar biasa. Dan berakhir sudah ronde kedua. Pertarungan yang sangat baik. Kita sudah lihat juga ada cut di pelipis kanannya Gastelum. Cukup berimbang kali ini. Total strike total 57 Chris, 60 Kelvin. 19 strike 49 berbanding 60. 49 untuk Chris Curtis, sementara Kelvin Gastelum 60. Dan ada tadi satu upaya takedown dari Kelvin namun gagal. Sepertinya untuk ronde kedua ini Chris Curtis cukup mendominasi. Jadi 1-1 keadaan ronde menurut pantauan saya ya.
Get that gun out of my face, boy. I'm too damn old to get on my knees for anybody.
Champ Alex facing Israel ADESANYA for the title. Also Gilbert Burns and Miami's own Jorge Masvidal. You can purchase UFC 287 right now at ESPN+.com/PPV, everywhere else around the world.
That was a very nice lead to the body there by Chris Curtis. How many kicks has Chris thrown?
I don't think he's thrown any.
Look at that double jab, though. Ooh.
Has he thrown these, John?
He's been credited with 4 of 5 to the legs.
Strong low kick there by Kelvin again. And he's popping with that jab. There's a kick. There it is.
Kurang Curtis ini unggul di body shot ya.
Do well with more of those just to keep Kelvin honest.
Had a lot of fight of the night type battles tonight. This one certainly qualifies.
Well, we thought for sure that the bantamweight fight would be the best boxing fight we'd see all night. The work that these two have done with their hands has been amazing to watch.
Luar biasa giginya terlepas ya sepertinya. Giginya Kelvin.
Good jab for Curtis. Counter from Gastelum is there.
Oh, nice straight left.
Kelvin Gastelum said all the right things in the fighter meeting. Talked about how he'd improved, how he feels so loose, how he's healthy. Everything that he said, he's showing tonight.
He really is. He's in fine form and against a very tough guy.
And the guy that's there to beat him.
Yeah.
Chris Curtis is there to win. And he's giving Chris Curtis opportunities because he's fighting Curtis's fight. And he's still winning impressively.
And Gastelum not giving Curtis any time for those short resets. Keeping that jab in his face. Ooh, nice elbow there. So it appeared from Curtis.
Dengan hard kick.
Oh, left hand and another.
Curtis has got a chin, man. He has taken some real shots. Nice
goyang tadi hook kanan Kelvin masuk.
He does have a chin, but again, it's a lot of it is the way he's rolling with shots. Ooh, good right hand by Curtis.
Hook kanan Curtis masuk dalam.
Good little short sequence there by Curtis. Short left hand got
Sisa 2
home.
menit lagi.
Both men have landed exactly 74 significant strikes. And they have essentially attempted the same amount as well.
Oh, right hand by Curtis.
Hook kanan Curtis masuk.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
Jadi dong fight. Round ulang.
Back and forth we go.
Let's see if Kelvin goes for the takedown here.
first real clinch situation of the night.
Curtis pushes him off.
Couple of middleweight warriors coming down the stretch. 90 seconds to
Oh, waduh, shot luar biasa dari Chris.
Right hand to the body followed by a knee.
But he is digging that right body shot.
Big third round statistically for the action man Chris Curtis.
And look at the second round, how close it was. I just wonder how much they're going to put into seeing Gastelum on top of him landing like that, even though it was an accidental clash of heads that dropped Curtis.
Nice knee from Gastelum. Under a minute now to go. KG leads with the elbow. Appear to
Kurang
partially
dari 1 menit
land.
lagi. Oh, goyang Curtis. Malah efek pukul.
This is fun.
Oh,
Curtis is digging that
oh,
body.
itu yang luar biasa dari
Kelvin
Chris.
acknowledged it. Oh, again that right hand to the body. Chris is digging that right hand to the body.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, another connection by Curtis.
Oh my goodness.
And now Gastelum sticks the left hand.
Look at that.
Late shot
Nah,
from Gastelum.
gagal takedown Kelvin. 15 detik. Oh, kiri mendarat. Kelvin. Jab.
What a fight. Oh my goodness. Another knee to the body by Curtis.
Dan berakhir sudah ronde ketiga. Pertarungan yang sangat seimbang. Yani no fight, total fight sepertinya super total strike 112 notis 88 Kelvin. Upaya takedown dia berbanding 0, namun tidak ada yang berhasil. Sementara fight artis unggul 98 berbanding 8.
You're making a movie with Marlon Brando.
Bisa menantikan sama-sama office dan decision daripada Shakespeare. Bisa tidak kembali berpulang pada April ini pada statistiknya berdasarkan sebelumnya tadi juga terjadi kan di mana statistik unggul namun
Wireless smile, you're on
berbeda.
crick.
I mean, both of these guys had their moments. What a tremendous fight from two great middleweights. See Kelvin Gastelum. Beautiful jab landed over and over again. Another straight left hand from Gastelum. Curtis responds with a left hook of his own. Another punch from Gastelum. It was give and take the entire time. Chris Curtis came on good towards the end of the fight. Beautiful elbow lands here by Chris Curtis. These guys were evenly matched. It showed in a fantastic fight.
And speaking of evenly matched, Gastelum opened the underdog, closed the favorite. Scorecards are in. Here's Bruce.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for decision. The judges score the contest 29-28, 29-28, and 30-27 for the winner by unanimous decision,
Kelvin Gastelum. Seperti yang saya bilang, statistik tidak menjamin. Meskipun Chris Curtis secara statistik signifikan strike lebih unggul, tetapi keputusan juri memenangkan Kelvin Gastelum dengan unanimous decision. Kelvin Gastelum luar biasa. Pertarungan antara Chris Curtis dan Kelvin Gastelum ini luar biasa. Selesai. Memenangkan oleh Kelvin Gastelum. Ada yang senang kalau Kelvin Gastelum memenangkan pertarungan. Dan ini menjadi berpotensi menjadi fight of the night malam ini. Kelvin Gastelum darah berat. Dan sesaat lagi prelims selesai. Saya bacakan lagi hasil dari prelims-nya. Lupi Godinez menang atas Santiago dengan decision, split decision. Sementara Sementara itu Joe Piper menang TKO di ronde pertama melawan Gerard Nestor. Partai ketiga Luana Pinheiro menang atas speed decision atas Robert Gomez. Dan di partai ketiga Gervonta Kevin Gastelum menang atas gratis. Saat lagi kita akan berpindah ke main event di mana Raul Rojas Junior atau Mexico akan menghadapi Christian Rodriguez baru asal Amerika Serikat di bantamweight. Saat lagi.
And that's a good point. A lot of big wins on his ledger. Tim Kennedy, Nate Marquardt, Michael Bisping, Jacare Souza. But a huge win tonight. He celebrates with the red Theo Vaughn. All right, that's it for our prelim coverage. Top Rank Boxing coming up next. The former two-division world champ Shakur Stevenson making his lightweight debut. That's on ESPN, ESPN Deportes, and ESPN Plus. You also know what it is. UFC 287. Pereira versus Adesanya 2 starts right now on ESPN Plus pay-per-view.
UFC's all-time title reigns. His fists told the tale of his growing legend. The style bender had no equal. Yet when a familiar enemy arrived on the scene, the margin for error became razor thin.
This is one of the most ferocious fighters that has ever entered into the sport.
This is a guy who has fought Israel Adesanya twice in kickboxing and knocked him out cold.
They battled it out in the Big Apple, with the Nigerian champion landing the first earth-shaking blow.
He hurt him bad!
But the challenger didn't fall. As the fight wore on, the champion continued to dominate, and victory seemed imminent.
This is where the champion seems to be starting to pull away from it.
But with his back against the wall entering the fifth round, the air grew electric with the rise of the Brazilian warrior. For a new king was about to lay down the law, and with a left hook, followed by a devastating flurry, one reign ended, and a new one had just begun. Tonight, as the UFC makes its first visit in 20 years to the beautiful beachfronts of Miami, Florida, it's the highly anticipated rematch of a heated blood feud for the UFC middleweight championship of the world.
Loss is never eternal. It's just part of the story. I'm still Israel Adesanya. I'm one of the greats. It's my time to rise to the occasion, and I will.
But first, the King of Miami is back for a hot-blooded Cuban-style bash. As one of the most prolific knockout artists in welterweight history and author of some of the most vicious finishes on record, the BMF, Jorge Abe Red Masvidal, returns to the streets that raised him, as Mr. 305 himself faces off for the grappling contender who loves a good brawl. The nasty Brazilian powerhouse whose sights are set on a title with Miami's finest standing in his way. Fights don't get any bigger than this. It might only be their second meeting in MMA, but it is the fourth fight in this historic rivalry. Warfare that has spanned two sports between the baddest men in the division. The middleweight champion carries all the victories, a kickboxing legend with the self-belief to do it again. What may be more impressive is his opponent. An electrifying slayer of big moments, with his mind dialed in on one thing, Revenge. Live from the sold-out Miami-Dade Arena in Miami, Florida, it's UFC 287, Pereira versus Adesanya 2, and it starts right now.
Night for mixed martial arts. Live from KASEYA Center here in Miami, Florida, USA. This is UFC 287, Pereira versus Adesanya 2. UFC 287 is presented by Modelo, brewed for those with a fighting spirit. Closed captioning is available for tonight's broadcast, and if you would like to watch UFC 287 in Spanish, that is available on ESPN Plus as well. And with that, thank you so much for being with us for UFC 287. I'm John Anik. So there is a new king in town, and man, does he look good on the throne. Brazil's Poatan, Alex Pereira, and rather remarkably, as many of you know, thrice now in combat sports, he has solved the puzzle. That is Israel Adesanya. And although Pereira now is the undisputed UFC middleweight champion, what is also undisputed, the last style bender's undeniable conviction that in this historic series, tonight will finally be his moment. What an atmosphere inside this KASEYA Center alongside my legendary broadcast partners Joe Rogan, Daniel Cormier. This is my home city. How good is this, Joseph?
It's pretty damn good. It's pretty damn good. The card up until now has been absolutely fantastic. We just watched an amazing fight between Kelvin Gastelum and Chris Curtis, and we have a fight tonight for the undisputed middleweight title against unquestionably the two best 185-pound fighters on earth.
The two best middleweights and the two best strikers we have in the entire UFC. This environment has been crazy, and this place filled up fast, and they got here right on time, because that last fight we saw is going to be hard to top, but we got athletes on the main card that are destined to do it.
All right, we're going to dive right into this main event. Very excited to be in this building here tonight. These fight odds are brought to you by DraftKings Sportsbook. Sign up today with code UFC. Now, some were surprised, despite 3 wins in this series, that Alex Pereira was the betting underdog. He is still there, albeit slightly plus 110. Israel Adesanya, the minus 130 betting favorite. The hunted, though, now is Alex Pereira. Looks pretty good as a world champion.
I think a lot of that money might have been Drake. Drake bet $1 million on Adesanya. Look, Alex Pereira is a terrifying individual. He is the UFC middleweight champion of the world. He's the only man to consecutively hold titles in 2 different weight classes in glory. He's absolutely one of the most devastating and destructive strikers that's ever fought in mixed martial arts. I love watching this guy fight. His style is so unique and so dangerous, and the consequences of any mistake you make against him are absolutely devastating. He is a destroyer. But if there's any man that can beat him inside the octagon in his own game, it's going to be the last style bender, Israel Adesanya.
It's terrifying to see this guy throwing strikes with 4-ounce gloves, but if there is a guy that has shown an ability to compete with him and compete over an extended period of time, it's Israel Adesanya. This is one of the greatest middleweights we have ever seen. He has beaten a laundry list of guys to not only win the championship, but defend it time and time again. It's going to be so important tonight, though, for the last stylebender to recognize that there will be no place that he can find comfort. He has to stay locked in for 25 minutes if he finally wants to solve the Pereira problem.
All right, these fighter arrivals are brought to you by Sweet Sweat, an official partner of the UFC. Check out sweetsweat.com for products and to see their UFC athlete roster. And there he is, the last style bender. Future UFC Hall of Famer Israel Adesanya. He has had a definite edge to him this week. Perhaps I could better describe it as focus, but he believes tonight is going to be his night. And all indications are he is going to come out aggressive tonight against the newly minted Stone Cold Killer middleweight champion Alex Pereira. This man does not lead the league in smiles, but he leads the division in power. And after dominating the kickboxing world in 2 divisions, DC, he took his act to mixed martial arts, and he has not skipped a beat.
They both look good. Pereira looks like the champ model. He got the nice black suit on. He still ain't
Sean. Those intense face-offs have us ready for some big fight action. And the team at DraftKings Sportsbook has put together an underdog parlay featuring some of the fights atop the card. Bob Fun is plus 140 to return to the octagon against the streaking Adrian Yanez. Miami native Jorge Masvidal is a plus 350 underdog to get it done here in his hometown. And the champion Alex Tejeda enters this one at plus 110 to retain his title against the man he took it from this past November, Israel Adesanya. If you put $100 down on all three of these athletes to defy the odds, you'd find yourself over $2,100 rich.
My name's Mike McCluskey. You know who I am? This only goes one way. You lose money, you lose Kingstown.
If it's a war they want, it's a war they gonna get.
There will be no peace.
Something bad's about to happen. Just be ready. They coming for you.
Now look, the movie's in here, but you gotta carve it away. Can you do that?
Sorry, he asked you a question.
Fresh start. But I have to be the one to write this. This is my story. The Corleones are my family.
Can you deliver a quick draft?
What's quick?
3 months.
You let me do this. I'll do it in 3 days.
Oh, wait, that's illegal.
Completely illegal.
The winner by disqualification and new.
No one wants to win a belt like that. That's not the way I envision bringing home a world title.
You can't go around saying, I'm the champ, because you didn't win the belt. You were given it.
No one could ever tell me you're the most unqualified champion. I'm like, listen, dude, I'm best, baby.
Tonight's broadcast is presented in high definition by Battle Motors, ready to roll. So the young guns of the bantamweight division get a taste of the bright lights of Miami, and of course a lot of eyeballs on the teenage phenom Raul Rosas Jr. to see if he can pass the second UFC test against the wicked talented Christian Rodriguez.
I have a lot of goals in the UFC. I'm gonna become the youngest UFC champion. Right now I'm focused on the 135 division. I'm cleaning the division.
Chasing real trouble here. Real trouble. Beautiful takedown there.
I want to be the best fighter in the world. The best to ever do it. So the only way to do that is by challenging the best, fighting the best. So that's my ability.
Raul Rosas, how good is that?
And this is where it all starts.
Dana White is not going to give a contract to a 17-year-old unless he's truly special. He's got skills in grappling, he's got skills in striking, and here he is for the big show.
This dream means the world to me, and I'm not gonna let just anybody step in there and take it like that from me. I know he has holes in his game, so I have to go in there and capitalize, and I will.
In my last fight, I fought Joshua Weems. I picked up a first-round submission. I was very happy, but I wasn't satisfied.
Oh, and there's the tab from Weems. Christian Rodriguez.
I think I could have done a little better. Just little tweaks, little things here and there. People who want to be champions, we're always looking for perfection.
He's so well-rounded. He's so smooth. He throws combos. He attacks the body. This kid is so calm because he's been training around absolute animals at Rufus Sport.
Since my last fight in October, I've been working a lot of things. I've been working on my striking, my grappling, my wrestling, and I'm just so excited to showcase everything now.
I'm gonna make these words out of him. I'm gonna show that I'm levels above, and I know I'm levels above, and I'm gonna be able to capitalize on the holes in his game.
I don't think he's mature yet when it comes to the fight game, just because he's very young, but it's gonna play in my favor.
Christian Rodriguez is pretty stiff. I'm pretty loose, I'm pretty quick, I'm pretty fast. I'm gonna go in there and he doesn't touch me. Tonight, I just came to introduce myself because I'm coming for that belt.
What I'm looking to do to Raul is to get a nice little highlight, and I do believe I'm truly confident in my skill set that I can do that.
I'm only a pay-per-view fighter, of course. I'm an entertainer, I'm a showman. That's why a lot of people hate, but they should probably just take some notes.
Well, those who know are not sleeping on Christian Rodriguez. 8-1 as a pro, born in Chicago, trains out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Third UFC appearance for him. Coming off a big submission win over Joshua Weems. Did that camp Joe and fight ready. Felt good, but not as confident as he did under the direction of Duke Rufus, who's back in his corner tonight.
Well, Duke Rufus is a fantastic coach, and he has a lot of experience with this guy. How funny is it that we're looking at a 25-year-old kid as being the old guy in a fight, right? That's how extraordinary the career of Raul Rosas Jr. is. But this man is
sesaat lagi. Christian Rodriguez sudah memasuki arena, guys. 8 kemenangan, 1 kali kekalahan. Akan melawan Rosas Jr. 7 kali menang, 0 kalah. Last fight defeat in the win. Finish 7 dari 8 win. 5 first round finish. Impressive juga rekornya Christian Rodriguez. Finish 7 dari 8 kemenangan, 3 knockouts dan 4 submission.
You're not here to just get to the UFC. You want to win and compete well. The guy says, Rodriguez says that he feels he can compete everywhere, but if the fight takes place on the ground, he likes his chances.
When you hear his training partners and teammates talk about him, they talk about him as being this otherworldly talent, bordering on future champion, outstanding strikers that certain training partners candidly would avoid in training, willing grappler, and a huge opportunity for him to change his life by upsetting Rosas Jr. So here he is, folks, the 18-year-old upstart, Raul Rosas Jr., fighting out of Vegas by way of New Mexico, Mexican roots as well. And this man is ready to go, DC. Believes he is ready to compete with the elite bantamweights in the world. Not now, but right now. We'll see how it goes against C-Rod tonight.
It's crazy. He gets a pop like this.
Raul Rosas Jr. of New Mexico.
This kid doesn't lack confidence in the slightest. He said he's ready for a top 15 guy next. He doesn't want to take his time. He wants to rush up the rankings to try to become the youngest UFC champion in history. He has a tremendous grappling base. He's a fantastic wrestler. He does a good job of getting the fight to the ground where he wants to be. And he's extremely confident that he can get it done. He doesn't anticipate any issues tonight with Christian Rodriguez. This guy told me a story about
Raul Rosas Jr. undefeated, tarung termuda di UFC history, memenangkan UFC kontrak dari USCS Dana White contender series.
And Mike is here right now watching this. Raul Rosas Jr. is a fantastic prospect, and he has so
He's a fantastic.
to be only 18 years old, yet this much height, and to handle the pressure as well as this young man does. I'm so excited to watch this challenge tonight. I'm so excited to see how he does.
Striking was the first discipline for Raul Rosas Jr., but it is really a pleasure to hear him talk about grappling and all of the different submissions and the nuances. Huge fight to kick off the pay-per-view in Miami tonight. And we're ready to do just that. The tail of the tape is brought to you by VChain, the official blockchain of UFC. Rosas Jr.
No, we cannot show the fight. We cannot show the fight.
Rosas Jr.
They have copyright. Rojas 18 tahun, Christian Rodriguez 25 tahun. Ya, sama-sama terbilang petarung muda ini ya. Rojas 18, Christian Rodriguez 25. Raul Rojas Junior 18 tahun dengan 7 kemenangan 0 kekalahan lawan Christian Rodriguez 25 tahun 8 kemenangan 1 kekalahan. Christian Rodriguez, Amerika Serikat. Dan Raul Rojas Junior 7 kemenangan 0 kekalahan, berasal dari Las Vegas, Nevada. Las Vegas, Nevada, berasal dari Meksiko. Sesaat lagi pertarungan ronde pertama akan dimulai. Keith Peterson is referee in charge. Keith Peterson. In the red corner, Rojas Junior with the greens. Langsung saja dia menyerang, mencoba melakukan takedown tadi. Green trunks Rojas Junior and blue trunks is Christian Rodriguez.
Nice elbow by Christian, nice knee to the body as well. Raul Rosas working very hard for that clinch.
Rosas is doing a good job trying to change that single, but Rodriguez.
Oh, look at that, he picked him up. Christian right
Baik tadi Christian Rodriguez.
Excellent takedown.
Ada upaya takedown.
If Rosas Jr. does not slow down though, he's gonna get himself tired wrestling at this pace.
And Christian is a very calm customer. Doesn't get too hyped up. Very relaxed. And he's handling this very well so far.
Well, you see it, right? You see it in the experience. Rodriguez is trying to pace himself, while Rosas Jr. is almost desperate to get this takedown.
He's got that leg. He's elevating it very high. Look at the balance by Christian.
Wah, takedown berhasil dilakukan oleh Rojas kali ini. Christian sekarang berada di posisi bawah dengan Rojas half guard.
And Christian being patient, trying to get. Look out for the darts.
Jumping on his neck.
Oh, berbalik kali ini. Christian Rodriguez berada di posisi atas.
Very nicely done. And Raul Rosas has got to let go of that arm. If he doesn't let go of that arm, he did. Okay.
And you wonder if this could be one of those situations like we saw earlier with Sam Hughes, where she got beat in round 1, and then she was able to adjust. You wonder if Rodriguez just has to deal with the onslaught that he's feeling from Rosas Jr. right now.
But right now he's handling it very well. And you see, one of the things I like about the way Christian fights is he stays calm.
Luar biasa, Rojas begitu aktif di ronde pertama ini. Rojas sekarang menguasai punggung Christian Rodriguez, mencoba melakukan pressure di dinding oktagon. Wow, gigi siapa itu terlempar? Pelindung gigi Christian Rodriguez sepertinya. Takedown lagi berhasil didapatkan Rojas.
I wonder when Keith Peterson is going to let him put that mouthpiece back in.
Good job by Rodriguez to post.
It's Rosas' mouthpiece that's out, I'm being told. Very interesting. Oh, he's got the back.
Wow, mencoba menguasai punggung Christian Gonzalez. Raul Rojas sekarang menguasai punggung Christian Gonzalez dalam posisi berdiri, coba mencari celah untuk mendapatkan neck choke sepertinya. Defense yang sangat baik dari Christian Gonzalez. Oh, kali ini kesulitan Christian Gonzalez mencoba berupaya melepaskan diri dari rear neck choke. Masih berupaya dia. Kontrol time 3 menit Rojas setelah tadi menguasai punggung Christian Gonzalez kurang lebih 3 menit tadi.
But Rodriguez is choosing the better of two bad positions. He's trying to slide to his back to almost encourage Rosas Jr. to take them out.
Yes.
And then he'll start to work from that position opposed to having him on his back.
Yeah, so far we're seeing excellent defense.
He's trying to armbar here.
He's got to let go of the body.
Lepas.
And that allows Christian to make the adjustments, try to get back into guard.
It was a bit of a tell, right? The way he attacked that lock, you can see he was trying to armbar.
Terakhir sudah ronde pertama, kita lihat Raul Rojas menghadapi Christian Gonzalez. Dari total strike 0 dari Raul Rojas, sementara Christian Gonzalez ada 12. Namun takedowns Raul Rojas unggul dengan 3, sementara Christian Gonzalez 0. Submission attempts 1 dari Raul Rojas dan Christian Gonzalez 0. Tetapi control time kita lihat Raul Rojas begitu mendominasi di bawah, tetapi Christian Rodriguez mempunyai 3 significant strike. Ronde kedua sesaat lagi.
Jiu-Jitsu and combat sports lives on UFC Fight Pass. Sign up today. All right, second round here. Rodriguez in blue. Rosas Jr., no surprise to see him take an early shot. He's in the green.
I mean, he just keeps shooting shots.
Look at this. Christian's on top.
He fed him the hips.
He's got to look out for that left leg, though.
He should go arm triangle here. Christian's got an opportunity.
Christian's in a good spot. Raul Rosas is trying. Oh, Christian moves to side control. Very nice.
Side control by Christian Gonzalez. Rodriguez.
Ended up getting him taken down.
The leg. He's got to look out for the leg. Raul Rosas is holding onto his leg and he's looking to reverse position. Nicely done.
Oh, ini tadi mendarat oleh Christian Gonzalez tadi. Dari upaya Rojas tadi mencoba melakukan takedown, disambut dengan lutut tadi. Masih Rojas mencoba melakukan pressure di pinggir octagon.
Well, it's really hard to tell because they haven't separated, right? We can't tell whether or not he was wobbled by that.
Christian can't find space. Rosas won't allow him to get to space.
Christian's got it now.
Mencoba melepaskan diri Rojas kali ini.
Duke Rufus just yelled out, he's tired, he's tired.
Yeah, he looks like he's starting to fatigue a little bit.
Well, I mean, he's had an insane pace. He's been sprinting the entire fight.
Entire time, and he got him.
He got him again, got the back.
Got the level change. It's on Rodriguez to try to attack this lock. He needs to be attacking the fingers, not allowing him to keep his hands locked. Because even this is difficult for the guy on top. Just keep on taking your opponent down. But not easy.
But if he can't get Christian to the ground, he's burning off so much energy. I mean, he really is sprinting, and we've never seen him in this kind of fight before.
UFC 287 brought to you by Crypto.com. Join over 80 million users on the world's leading crypto app. Download the Crypto.com app now.
Christian is dropping back, looking to grab a hold of a leg.
That's a mistake. He should not be switching. He should not be trying to come inside the leg. He's got to keep height here. Like this. Yeah, right here.
Baik sekali dari Christian Gonzalez. Christian Rodriguez tadi. Transisinya baik sekali. Wow.
Look at this stuff. Christian on top. Raul is taking some big, deep breaths.
Christian needs to start digging to the body here. Just putting things in the body of Rosas Jr. Little short shots, maybe dropping elbows to the body, keep interrupting the breathing of Rosas Jr.
And he's doing a great job on top now. Look at this. Good elbows from Christian. He's got the back. Raul Rosas grabs a hold of the leg, though, and he rolls, but Christian stays on top. And he stayed on top again. Great adjustment by Christian Rodriguez. Back to side control.
Yep.
Fantastic. And Rodriguez seemed to, when in that control, Rosas seemed to give in, which may show fatigue. Because it seemed like there was a moment there where he could have continued to scramble, but he decided to accept the position.
Well, he went between the legs, so he never allowed his hips to face the mat. He kept them up towards the ceiling, keeping him pinned on his back. Great job by Rodriguez.
Well, we got to talk about experience, right? I mean, they're similar in their records, 8-1 and 7-0, but he's an older guy. And Christian has had more experience training and grappling and perhaps being on the rough end of things.
Dean Thomas, what do you have, Coach?
You know, DC, I was in the room with you when Raul Rosas said that story about Aljamain Sterling. Now, this is the effect that young guys have. When you've never been in trouble before, the first time you go through some adversity, you don't know how to
Christian kali ini yang mencoba mencari celah untuk mendapatkan great matchup, tapi Raul Rojas masih berupaya untuk melepaskan diri. Berbalik kali ini kondisi. Kali ini hampir sama di ronde pertama, tetapi kali ini berbalik posisinya. Kurang dari 1 menit lagi. Pertarungan ronde kedua ini akan berakhir dan Christian Gonzalez mendapatkan red matchup. Enggak. Belum sampai. Belum dapat. Hampir saja.
In those two, right, John? Rosas Jr. just started to squeeze the choke. Christian's like, nope, I'm going to keep this position and beat on him, carry him into the third, and see what happens.
And Raul Rosas is looking to roll to his right side to take away some of the pressure from that body triangle, but Christian is not letting him do it. This is a huge moment for Christian Rodriguez, and we are already seeing Raul Rosas fade. So for Christian Rodriguez to maintain back control, to dominate the last round of this round, absolutely run the round.
Dan berakhir sudah ronde kedua. 1-1 posisi. Iya.
And look at this. This is the knee. Right to the body.
Luar biasa. Dari total strike kita lihat Raul Rojas 2, Christian Rodriguez 35, takedowns Raul Rojas 3, Christian Gonzalez 0, submission attempts 1 untuk Raul Rojas, 0 untuk Christian Rodriguez. Namun significant strike kita lihat Raul Rojas 2, Christian Rodriguez 18. Luar biasa. Cukup berimbang kali ini. Kita bisa lihat Raul Rojas punya di ronde pertama, sementara di Christian Rodriguez mendapatkan ronde kedua. Kita akan menantikan sama-sama apa yang akan terjadi di ronde ketiga.
Well, May 6th, the UFC is back in New Jersey. It's UFC 288, and the trash talk starting to heat up as the bantamweight champ Aljamain Sterling vows to silence the always brash former two-division champ Henry Cejudo. Also, Charles Oliveira, Beneil Dariush in a must-see co-main event, UFC 288. Can be purchased at ESPNplus.com/PPV.
Dan ronde ketiga dimulai.
Let's see if Rosas takes a little more time on the feet this time, as opposed to just sprinting for shots. He got hit with a good right hand there by Rodriguez.
Rosas looks very fatigued. He looked very fatigued getting up off that stool and the way he was walking.
Goyang Rojas disambut dengan strike kanan tadi oleh Christian Rodriguez.
Rosas Jr. frustratedly goes back to the corner. DC chucks his mouthpiece on the ground. His dad asked him if he was okay.
I mean, he made the sign of the cross about 10 times.
Yeah. I mean, you.
Kombinasi yang baik tadi dari Christian.
You gotta ask for all kinds of help.
Yeah, you gotta just get through it.
I love the way Christian Rodriguez is handling this. This is what we were talking about earlier. He's so calm. He's calm and collected. Look how he posts. Avoids the takedown. Stuffs it.
Nice little peek out there by Rosas Jr.
And if Rosas can't get this, fatigue sets in even deeper. Because it's a lot of energy to try to get that takedown that way. I mean, he really dives on it.
Imagine if he starts kicking to the body. He really could crush Rosas. Because he's defending all the takedown.
Beautiful sprawl. And look how calm he is.
Experience, right, guys? Like,
Not
a guy's getting in there, taking his time.
And this is what Christian Rodriguez's training partners were talking about. We're seeing it here right now. This kid is for real. Look at that.
Baik sekali transisi dari Rodriguez. Sekarang menguasai punggung dia. Berputar setelah upaya Raul Rojas tadi melakukan takedown, dan takedown berhasil didapatkan Christian Rodriguez kali ini. Baik sekali Christian Rodriguez. Wow.
He's getting beat up bad. Rodriguez just stayed calm, stayed patient, never overreached, just took his time. And now, Rosas Jr. is paying for looking past a guy who is a veteran of the game and knows how to fight.
Knows how to fight and knows how to pace himself so well. And boy, he is beating Raul Rosas Jr. up here. And even if he gets out of this position, he's taking so much damage in this ground and pound. Heavy punches.
You know the craziest thing about it is watching Rosas' attack from the beginning of the fight tells you he believed everything he told us.
Yes.
That it was going to be a wash and he was going to wipe this guy out. That did not happen.
Oh, nasty elbow.
Rosas Jr. has only thrown 16 total strikes. He's landed 5 of them.
Look at Rodriguez's facial expression. It hasn't changed the whole fight. He's been like this the entirety of the fight. Dude's a veteran, man.
He's a veteran and he is just such a great mindset.
Luar biasa, Christian Rodriguez sangat baik pertarungannya ya.
And to just be absolutely putting it on him in the end of the second and then here in the third.
Only stain is the weight miss for Christian Rodriguez that happened here front.
Sorry, John, but like, look at the history of Christian Rodriguez, right? On the Contender Series, like Rosas, got into the UFC and fought JSP.
Oh, dagunya panjang, nggak bisa dapat, nggak bisa dapat terus neck choke.
Side of it. That's just a beautiful adjustment by Christian and keeping that body triangle on the top side. And Raul Rosas is like really done here. He doesn't know what to do. He's never been in this position before.
Well, some valuable experience accrued at the very least. Perhaps that will inject a little humility into the equation. He's still only 18 though, right?
Yeah. He's got time, John, but you know, this is a lesson learned, if anything. This is a real lesson for Raul Rosas Jr.
But you can't overstate just the
20 detik lagi, lepas ya.
Down the stretch we come.
10 detik.
Good connection by Rosas Jr. late in the fight, and now Rodriguez counters.
Dan berakhir sudah ronde ketiga ya, mutlak Christian Rodriguez menang kali ini. 2 ronde dia dapatkan dibanding Rosas, cuma dapat 1 ronde di ronde pertama. Total strike 7, Raul Rosas berbanding 85, Christian Rodriguez. Takedowns 3 Rosas, 1 Rodriguez. Submission attempts 1 Rosas, 0 Rodriguez. Significant strike 7 Rosas, 52 Rodriguez. Ya, dengan demikian saya sangat yakin ini kalau Christian Rodriguez akan memenangkan pertarungan dengan unanimous decision.
He won the first fight like this, but he's got a much tougher guy in front of him this time. And then it was just Rodriguez from that point to the end. He started to out-scramble him. Look at this elbow to the body, attacking the breathing of Rosas Jr. And then he just kind of threw him around in the 3rd round and dominated from the mountain and the body triangle. He never overextended. He never took too many unneeded chances, and he earns a great victory and shows once again why experience at times will beat you.
And there were a lot of people in the fight game that were salivating when they saw that plus 200 next to the name Christian Rodriguez, just given the experience, given the way he carries himself, given the strength of all the training rooms that he has been in. We'll see if he did enough to take Raul Rosas Jr.'s O here tonight. The official decision brought to you by Resident Evil 4 Remake. Survival is just the beginning. Available now. Here now, Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for decision. All 3 judges score this contest 29-28 for the winner by unanimous decision,
Christian Rodriguez diputuskan menang dengan unanimous decision. Winner by unanimous decision, Christian Rodriguez. Luar biasa, selamat untuk Christian Rodriguez.
You showed fantastic defense and then dominated the final 2.
Yeah, he's a vet. I mean, he's really good. Of course, I respect his skill set. And first and first, I want to apologize for being a pound overweight.
Memperbaiki rekornya menjadi 9 kemenangan, 1 kekalahan.
But yeah, that kid brings it.
He brings it, but you survived that onslaught, and you did so in such a professional and calculated way.
Yeah, I've been training with the best team, Rufus Sport, all my teammates back home, Scott Cushman, Duke Rufus. First things first, I want to say, I just stopped a good hype train, so I hope you guys can follow my journey. Team C-Rod, I want to fight International Fight Week.
Well, Christian, congratulations for the huge victory against a guy with a lot of hype behind him. How good does it feel?
Man, it feels great. I'm in a beautiful city of Miami. I want to know where the Miami after parties are at, and maybe all Latinos.
Congratulations, sir. A huge victory. Christian Rodriguez, ladies and gentlemen.
C-Rod stepping out of his comfort zone a little bit there on the microphone, right? But hopefully he can take some of that fan base from
Luar biasa, Christian Rodriguez.
Absolutely, John. And you know, you spoke
Dan sesaat lagi kita akan berpindah ke pertarungan selanjutnya. Pertarungan antara Kevin Holland di welterweight division, antara Kevin Holland dari Amerika Serikat akan menghadapi Santiago Ponzinibbio dari Argentina. Sesaat lagi, dimana kita ketahui bahwa Kevin Holland mempunyai rekor 23 kali kemenangan, 9 kekalahan, dan Santiago Ponzinibbio dengan 30 kali kemenangan, 6 kekalahan. Sesaat lagi. There. Wah, ada Donald Trump. Ada Donald Trump nonton. Luar biasa.
Nail your window shut. You do these things, your family's gonna be safe.
I've missed you so much.
Megan, what are you doing?
Maybe I can come in.
Megan, no!
Fight fans, there have been a lot of special moments thus far this year as the UFC continues its slow reveal of the Hall of Fame class of 2023. And tonight here in Miami, Florida, we are thrilled to break some news for you. We take you back to 2015, a matchup between two absolute warriors and one that will now be celebrated forever.
Matt Hughes said years ago, Joe, you are not a true champion until you defend. His longtime friend will try to do that against Rory McDonald.
When a fighter defends his title against another fighter the caliber of Rory McDonald, expect to see epic confrontation.
Roller McDonald for the belt.
If you want to show somebody what it means to be a fighter, this is the fight that you'll play.
Nicely done. Good connection.
I get chills just thinking about the fight.
There's a good left. And answered by McDonald.
I just felt like I wanted to go in there and land some big shots.
Hard left hand by Robbie.
Robbie Lawler smiling every time he got rocked and returning the favor, busting up Rory McDonald, who doesn't make any expressions on his face.
Rory McDonald took it to Robbie Lawler. Robbie Lawler took it to Rory McDonald. Both fighters were hurt. Oh, wow.
At the end of that third round, Rory actually caught Robbie Lawler with a head kick.
Robbie staggered by that kick. He's hurt.
He definitely rocked me with a head kick, but I just kept swinging and kept trying to get after him.
Robbie trying to get out of the way.
It was a very epic seesaw battle back and forth.
You find yourself not breathing. You're just holding your breath. This just keeps getting better.
One of the best moments in that fight was the end of the fourth round. The bell rang and they just stared at each other, looking at the eyes.
Wow, how good is this?
They looked at each other's souls. It looked like
fifth and final round.
When I went out there in the fifth, I just knew I had to go out there and get a knockout.
Oh, he tagged him with that left.
Oh, look at how ferocious Lawler is.
And he kept pushing and going and going. And something happened in Rory's eyes. He had a second of doubt. And that's all Robbie needed.
He's hurt.
Rory's nose was just, broken in several places, and it was just too much for him.
That's it. It is all over. Robbie Lawler remains the welterweight champion.
I come to fight no matter what happens. I keep coming, and I'm trying to knock people out.
First of all, it's a war and a complete display of chin, heart, grit, dogged determination, and the will to win from both guys.
It was everything that you could ask for in a title fight.
And there he is, ruthless Robbie Lawler, former UFC welterweight champion, and being acknowledged by this Miami crowd. His fight with Rory McDonald now will be forever immortalized. And certainly you can argue that was one of the greatest welterweight championship fights of all time. If you like blood, that was certainly the fight for you, Joe Rogan. You were there to call it, and so many visuals from that fight, and they will now always stand the test of time.
It was one of the greatest wars of all time. It was so close, so back and forth, and it brought out everything each man had. They drained their souls inside that octagon. They expressed every talent, every skill, all the will they had. And in the end, Robbie Lawler was victorious. One of the greatest victories I've ever had the pleasure of seeing firsthand in my life.
I was sitting up on the desk at Fox at the time, and I was watching, and I was like, man, I don't know if I can ever go through a fight like this. I don't want to experience it from the cut on the lip, too. That fourth round, I believe, when Robbie looked at him and he spit the blood, or the blood came off of his face. And in the fifth round, Rory had just had enough. You remember he had been hit with so many big shots, and right here he just said, you know what, it's done. He got hit with something that wasn't even as damaging as things that he had got hit with before. But the accumulation of damage was just, Robbie Lawler was an absolute killer. And Rory McDonald, for going through that, was as savage as he is. What a fantastic fight.
At the end of the fight, Lawler had hit him so many times in the nose. His nose was so destroyed that Rory McDonald's face turned pale.
Yes.
He was covered in blood, but his face was white like a dying man. That's really what it looked like. I think it was about as close as we've ever seen to someone expiring inside the octagon. I'm not joking about that.
I wasn't here at the time, but I can only imagine sitting right in the seat and watching that. We've seen some good ones, but we've never seen anything like that inside the octagon. Two guys go to absolute war, and the fact that it's going in now is great. But if there was ever a time where a fight should have been first, it probably should have been that.
Well, and it may sound trite, but both of those men left a piece of themselves in the octagon that night, and as such, they will be in those hallowed walls of the UFC Hall of Fame forever. And we hope you'll join us this summer. The UFC's 11th annual International Fight Week will be in Vegas July 3rd through the 9th. Celebrate the newest class of the UFC Hall of Fame. Enjoy the 2-day UFC X Premier Fan Experience. Cap it all off with UFC 290. To learn more, go to UFCFightWeek.com. All right, speaking of this welterweight division, it is loaded. Couple guys here looking to make a move. And intensity will not be in short supply in this one tonight as the charismatic and skilled trailblazer Kevin Holland wages war with the
Kevin Holland, Santiago Ponzinibbio akan segera dimulai.
Forever delivering the goods for fight fans around the world. The recent performances of Kevin Holland and Santiago Ponzinibbio have set the bar high for tonight, as both men have shown at its highest level. Mixed martial arts brings excitement, action, and drama unlike anything else.
I think 170 pounds is a pretty good weight class. I think I do a pretty good job there, but I also think I do a good job at 85, so it doesn't really matter where I am. As long as I'm getting a chance to fight, I think I display good skills.
Kevin Holland, I'm in big trouble, man. When the fight starts, he gonna understand, make a big mistake, sign this contract.
As stellar as Kevin Holland was in the middleweight division, Texas's trailblazer has brought even more to the table as a welterweight, where he's knocked out Alex Oliveira, submitted Tim Means, and engaged in an instant classic with Stephen Wonderboy Thompson, all serving to lay the foundation for tonight's showdown with Santiago Ponzinibbio.
I'm always a hungry man, you know. We died down to 170 pounds, so it makes me even more hungry. I'm always ambitious, man. You know, we're dieting down to 170 pounds, so I'm constantly thinking about food. So, hungry and ambitious. Put those two together, dangerous combination.
A true warrior and underappreciated fighter, Santiago Ponzinibbio has engaged in some of the most memorable welterweight battles of this era. While bouts with Miguel Baeza, Michel Pereira, and Alex Morono are fresh in the minds of fight fans, Ponzinibbio's eyes remain firmly on the ultimate prize as he gets set to engage in another high-profile encounter on the biggest stage in the sport.
Tonight is gonna be fireworks. Holland's coming good, bring the both 5 bonds, sending me, and I know I'm ready to smash this guy and put the show for the fans.
After battling 2 near deadly infections several years ago, Santiago Ponzinibbio's health returned. However, his mindset was forever shaped by those immense challenges that he faced. In fact, just yesterday, he told me that he's grateful for the opportunity to just wake up every morning, let alone to get to train and compete. In fact, the American Top Team product has a philosophy that you can never squander a second of your health because he knows just how fragile it truly is. So now the 36-year-old enters this one looking for his 31st professional win and some momentum to take him to the ultimate goal that kept him going through those grueling days in the hospital, to have that welterweight world title strapped around his waist.
Thank you. Tonight's social media post brought to you by Renfield. On April 14th, the fight to watch is Cage versus Hulk, Dracula versus Renfield. Don't miss the bloodbath. Renfield only in theaters April 14th. All right, tweet here from DraftKings Sportsbook. Looks as though one bettor has put $20,000 on a parlay involving Ponzinibbio to get the most takedowns and Kevin Holland to get the most knockdowns. Potential payout $210,000. But let us talk about Santiago Ponzinibbio for a second. Because he's 30-6, right? He has fought a who's who of
Santiago Ponzinibbio, La Plata, Argentina. Lahir di La Plata, Argentina. Satu dari 9 Argentina fighters di UFC.
And the heart of this man. I mean, this dude is a true warrior.
Petarung asal Argentina yang ada di sejarah UFC. 16 menang dengan KO, 6 dengan submission. banding 4 UFC knockdown ratio.
But the guy has looked outstanding in his last fights, particularly the Alex Morono fight. When you go back to his prime performances, the KO of Neil Magny, the knockout of Gunnar Nelson, I mean, Santiago Ponzinibbio is an animal.
Many thought that this is a guy that could have fought for a championship. But the one thing about Santiago Ponzinibbio was in the Morono fight, he never gave up. He was down 2 rounds to 0, had to get a finish, and he went out there and did it. So that tells you that he still has that desire to try to make a run at the top of the division.
Dan Kevin Holland baru saja memasuki arena.
Nice block for Kevin Holland as he hits the tunnel to make walk for his 18th UFC appearance. 10 UFC wins, DC. Of course, 5 of those came in a record-setting 2020. A lot of big names on his arsenal. A lot of skills, the side kicks, the distance management, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt under Travis Lutter as well. And he's favored to be Ponzinibbio tonight, champ.
You know, this kid has
Kevin Holland, Riverside, California. Lahir dari Riverside, California. Trailblaze picks up.
But then when he made his UFC 170-pound debut against Tim Means down in Austin, I thought to myself, wow, he's finally found his weight class. Because at 170, he doesn't just get wrestled to death. He's a tremendous striker. For as good as he is of a grappler, Kevin Holland does a great job of fighting and fighting long. And when he can get his punches going, he can be a real
Fifth most total strike in middleweight.
Great grappling and a confidence about himself.
1 dari 6 knockout in UFC series from bottom position.
Brand new Weed Whacker 2.0 from Manscaped. See the revolutionary nose and ear hair trimmer now at manscaped.com.
I was one of the many people that felt like at 170 this young man could be a world champion. And I still feel that's possible. He's only 30 years old. He had tremendous power at 185 pounds. At 170, it's even more significant. He had kind of an ill-advised sort of gentleman's decision to only stand up with Stephen Wonderboy Thompson, which is generally a terrible idea. Broke his hand in that fight, but I guarantee you he's learned lessons from that and comes into this fight with something to prove.
Kevin Holland has been a promotional workhorse to say the least, but he's talking about rankings this week, so perhaps contention has become more of a focus than it has been at times prior. This tale of tape brought to you by Beat Chain, the official blockchain of
Welterweight bout Kevin Holland umur 30, Santiago Ponzinibbio umur 36. Kevin Holland 23 kali menang, 9 kali kalah, 1 kali no contest. Ponzinibbio 30 kali menang, 6 kali kalah. Dan inilah Rus Bapak.
Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a striker holding a professional record, 30 wins, 6 losses. He stands 6 feet tall, weighing in at 171 pounds, fighting out of Coconut Creek, Florida, by way of La Plata, Argentina, Santiago, Argentina, Ponzinibbio. And now introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, a Kung Fu fighter, holding a professional record, 23 wins, 9 losses, 1 no contest. He stands 6 feet 3 inches tall, weighing in at 170 and 100.
Kevin Holland 23 kali menang, 9 kali kalah, 1 no contest. Bertarung di Fort Worth, Amerika Serikat.
And when the action begins, our referee in charge, Dan Bergliota.
Dan Miragliota menjadi wasit dan memimpin pertarungan ini. Dan Miragliota.
Kevin Holland minus 240, the betting favorite tonight. Comeback on Ponzinibbio is plus 200. Only one
Dan ronde pertama dimulai.
out of this one. Holland is in the black. Ponzinibbio counters in blue.
Oh, jangkauannya Kevin Holland ini sepertinya lebih panjang, dengan tinggi badannya lebih tinggi daripada Ponzinibbio. Kevin Holland di sudut merah dengan celana hitam, sementara Santiago Ponzinibbio berada di sudut biru dengan celana biru. Push kick, side kick tadi dari Kevin Holland masuk.
He's one of those guys that he'll let you know what he did to you.
Mencoba tadi membalas dengan leg kick Ponzinibbio.
That makes people drawn to Kevin Holland.
April 14th, the fight to watch is Cage versus Holt, Dracula versus Renfield. Don't miss the bloodbath. Renfield only in theaters April 14th.
Jab yang sangat baik tadi dari Kevin Holland.
Santiago targeting that left leg because Kevin has a wide stance and he's putting a lot of weight on that front leg, looking to get off with some hard punches.
Mike Brown, Cattell Kubis, Ivan de Oliveira manning the corner of Santiago Ponzinibbio. One of the hardest workers in a room full of them. That American Top Team.
In that American Top Team, you saw him throw a couple outside low kicks on Kevin Holland. That's one of their calling cards, man. These guys throw kicks to the bottom of your leg constantly, either to the calf. And as a team, they're not afraid to throw that low kick inside. Again,
there it is on cue, champ.
And it's so effective.
It's such a painful kick to kick the inside low because you're kicking them on the shin almost. But these guys do it constantly.
Ponzinibbio mindful as he enters.
Nice low kick by Santiago. He slipped on that, but he landed it first.
Push kick dari Kevin Holland tadi masuk.
He's been doing a very good job of attacking that left leg already. He checked that one.
Holland's using a lot of long-range weapons. You see him backing up to his corners, telling him to get forward a little bit. Don't allow Ponzinibbio to walk him down.
Santiago is such a warrior. I mean, that dude just throws himself into the fire every time we see him.
Holland's length very pronounced in this welterweight division, landing nearly 60% of those long-range weapons early tonight as Ponzinibbio attacks the body.
And the thing about Holland down at 170, it doesn't look like he's drained. He doesn't look much different than he did at 185 pounds. So this has just been the weight class he probably should have always been at.
Ponzinibbio with some forward motion appear to land to the chest there.
Another good low kick.
Yeah, Ponzinibbio's under pressure, trying to keep Holland going backwards.
He's doing such a good job of attacking that left leg. And then Holland responds with one of his own and another.
Yep. You saw Holland throw the kick high up on the thigh and come back and throw it a little lower.
Holland mixing up his weapons beautifully in that sequence. 90 seconds to go in the round.
And Holland's doing a good job of switching stances. When he goes conventional, that's when Ponzinibbio throws that outside leg kick. When he goes southpaw,
Ponzinibbio mencoba melakukan serangan tadi cukup agresif. Beberapa kali berupaya untuk melepaskan leg kick juga.
That's exactly what he said to Ponzinibbio. I do smell it also. He said that in the middle of the fight.
Kurang dari 1 menit lagi ronde pertama. Hook kanan dari Kevin tadi masuk. Leg kick dari Santiago.
But clearly Ponzi respects the power coming back his way. Nice job defensively by Holland.
Leg kick lagi dari Santi tadi. Ada tadi dari hook kiri juga masuk.
Both fighters efficient in round one, north of 50% on their offerings. Holland to the body now.
Terjatuh tadi Santi, diselamatkan saja dengan oleh bel. Ronde pertama berakhir. Sepertinya Kevin Holland unggul. Di ronde pertama ini total strike 35 Kevin, 20 Santiago. Total significant strike 36 Kevin dan 20 Santiago ya. Dan sepertinya untuk ronde pertama ini Kevin Holland masih unggul ya.
Pay attention. Listen, what you need to do. Okay, you need to work. Right here, you see Ponzinibbio just hold on to the leg. And Holland throws just a back fist from one leg.
Jatuh tadi tuh.
Look, this is just another situation where you see
back
how much
fist
power this kid generates. Remember what he did to John
daripada Kevin Holland tadi bikin jatuh nanti. Luar biasa. Itu seharusnya dihitung knockdown.
Like a whip.
UFC 287 is presented by Modelo, brewed for those with a fighting spirit.
Ya, untuk teman-teman, terima kasih yang sudah mau mampir, terima kasih yang sudah mau berpartisipasi di polling kami. 45 suara sudah masuk, 67% mendukung Pereira dan 33% Adesanya. Sesaat lagi pertarungan antara kedua petarung tersebut akan kita nikmati ya. Ronde kedua dimulai. Pertarungan antara Kevin Holland melawan Santiago Ponzinibbio. Beberapa kali tadi kita lihat Santiago lebih banyak menyerang melalui leg kick, mengingat jangkauannya yang terbatas. Kevin Holland memiliki jangkauan yang sangat panjang, otomatis itu cukup memberikan dia lebih banyak ruang untuk melakukan serangan. Hook kanan tadi dari Kevin masuk.
Good right hand landed there by Ponzinibbio. Holland took it real well.
Holland's doing a great job of closing the distance with that jab.
Yeah. It's nice the way he kind of pops it halfway and he lets it fly to the target.
Good low kick by Ponzinibbio.
Tapi kita lihat juga nih leg kick Ponzinibbio lumayan meresahkan ya. Cukup merepotkan. Sangat keras. Tapi kita lihat dari pergerakannya Kevin Holland ini belum terlalu berpengaruh dengan beberapa kali leg kick yang mendarat di kakinya. Who won Jorge fight? Jorge fight is not fight yet. Jorge is not fight yet. He will fight later, buddy. Jason Lippe. Jorge not fight yet.
Some part of that foot or that shin is going to touch where you've been kicked a few times. It hurts bad.
Good connection there by Ponzinibbio. Nice. Dean Thomas, what do you have, Coach?
I think later after Kevin Holland and Santiago Ponzinibbio's fight.
And he has to add a counter to it. So the best way to deal with it is just turn your toes outward a little bit. By doing that, you'll end up kicking the shin. If he kicks the shin, then he can counter with a right hand. And that'll be a perfect move for Kevin Holland to be able to deal with that captain.
Tersisa 2 menit lagi. Ronde kedua pertarungan antara Holland melawan Ponzinibbio. Kita lihat di sini sepertinya Kevin Holland cukup baik dalam memanfaatkan jarak ya, mengingat dia mempunyai jarak yang jauh lebih panjang. Dan kita lihat di sini Santiago Ponzinibbio masih agak kesulitan, mengingat dia harus bertarung dengan jarak yang cukup jauh. Oh, strike kirinya tadi mendarat ke dagu Kevin Holland. Leg kick lagi. Sementara itu Kevin Holland masih terus mencoba untuk menekan. Ups, kombinasi yang sangat baik dari Ponzinibbio tadi. Dibalas dengan Kevin. Wow.
And that's one thing that Holland does a lot better at 170. He defends takedowns a lot better because the guys just aren't bigger and just drag him to the ground. If you're going to take him down now, you better be doing it the right way, or Kevin Holland's going to defend.
Well, also, after that Hamza Chimaev fight, he's done a great job of really addressing that area of his game because Hamza just steamrolled him. Santiago checked that kick again.
Kurang dari 20 menit ronde kedua.
Good elbow over the top by Kevin.
Holland really seeing things well tonight offensively and defensively.
Yeah, great job of utilizing his reach and striking exchanges.
He's done a great job of staying safe. He has not
Ronde kedua berakhir. Kita lihat signifikan strike Kevin Holland masih unggul 63 berbanding 35 oleh Santiago Ponzinibbio. Begitu pula dengan signifikan strike yang terjadi. Kita lihat Kevin Holland masih menguasai pertandingan. 2 ronde masih dikuasai oleh Kevin Holland. Dan ini merupakan peluang terakhir bagi Santiago Ponzinibbio di ronde ketiga untuk membalikan keadaan tentunya. Bila ingin memenangkan pertarungan, dia harus melancarkan serangan-serangan yang berbahaya dan paling tidak harus melakukan KO. Dan sesaat lagi ronde ketiga akan dimulai.
Only one man leaves Kansas City, one step closer to a title fight. Catch the main card next Saturday, April 15th, 8:30 p.m. Eastern on ESPN. Justin Adams, Wendell Dorsey, Derwin Lamb doing a nice job in the corner of Kevin Holland.
Masih terlihat kesulitan Ponzinibbio, mengingat dia tidak mempunyai cukup jangkauan untuk menjangkau dan melakukan tekanan terhadap Kevin Holland. Wow, ronde ketiga baru saja dimulai. Kita lihat Kevin Holland mencoba melakukan tekanan.
And he's doing that between rounds, but then taking in the instruction from his coaches.
Right, Santiago's landed 2 hard low kicks to start off this round, and the first one really seemed to hurt him. You saw Kevin in between rounds, wasn't putting any weight on that left leg.
That's
the third one this round. That leg is very compromised.
And yet Holland's still fighting out of that orthodox stance. Will go lefty every now and again.
Well, that's his favorite stance, and he's looking to end it, right? He's looking to land a big power shot, but in doing so, he's putting himself in danger with that left leg. You see how compromised it is as he moves forward?
Yeah.
Body kick yang bagus sekali dari
doing a little bit better job with his footwork here round 3 than round 2.
Well, Santiago should attack the other leg as well when Holland does switch to south, and there he goes.
Kesakitan sebenarnya kakinya, tapi setelah melakukan leg kick tadi.
Jab by Ponzinibbio. There's another one.
Ooh, another one.
He got all of that kick. Ponzinibbio actually kicked short and got his toe on that inside kick. They showed us a replay.
Baik tadi hook kiri dari Ponzi masuk.
Another one. Ooh.
Yeah, that one almost buckled him.
Those are a real problem.
UFC 30 years, changing the game since 1993. We're celebrating our groundbreaking success and unrivaled history over the past 30 years. Learn more at UFC30.com.
Again,
That's a game plan where you almost got to throw caution to the wind. If you're going to beat his leg to the point that he's going to go down, you got to just keep throwing him. Because the longer you take, you're going to run out of time. I mean, there's only 2 minutes left.
Santiago's doing it now. I mean, he's attacking both legs. And Kevin's lost a lot of pop.
But you got to feel comfortable and confident in saying,
Oh,
won the first 2 rounds.
kiri tadi masuk.
It's almost like he has to stop him.
Yes.
Holland had the big moments. Good counter by Holland.
Oh, luar biasa kau. Kevin Holland berhasil memukul kau Ponzinibbio. Luar biasa, hook kiri yang telat tadi masuk ke rahang Ponzinibbio. Langsung dihentikan sama wasit tadi. Langsung menjabat Donald Trump ya. Luar biasa, menang TKO. Dan sepertinya Santiago Ponzinibbio tadi kurang setuju dengan dihentikannya pertarungan, meskipun tadi terlihat dia sudah tersungkur setelah menerima pukulan telak tadi dari Kevin Holland.
Let's see it again. He caught him on the jaw, and there's the left hook.
Wah, luar biasa, telak sekali.
Oh yeah, that's a good stoppage. That's a good stoppage.
Come on, yeah.
100%. Look at this.
You can see the lights go off. I mean, look at his eyes.
Yeah, that's a picture-perfect left hook.
And both of his hands are just on the mat as Kevin's following up to hit him again.
Yeah, when your face bounces off the mat and you don't even stop it.
And both hands are on the mat. He's not even defending himself as Kevin is hitting him with follow-up shots. Very good stoppage there. No complaints from me. And you know I love to complain about stoppages.
Well, much was made of what Kevin Holland said earlier this week, trying to get this fight at 185 pounds, but I really liked his demeanor all week. Seemed very focused on welterweight title contention, was present in every moment of this fight, dealt with some adversity. But he
luar biasa Kevin Holland.
Moments and caps it with a beautiful knockout of Santiago Ponzinibbio. Tonight's official decision, watched by Resident Evil 4 Remake. Survival is just the beginning. Available now. Here's Bruce.
Ladies and gentlemen, and referee Dan Magliantos calls a stop to this contest at 3 minutes, 16 seconds of round number 3. Declares the winner
by knockout. Kevin Holland memenangkan pertarungan di ronde ketiga dengan TKO. Luar biasa Kevin Holland. Winner by knockout ronde ketiga, menit ketiga, 16 detik. Kevin Holland. Memperbaiki rekornya menjadi 24 kali kemenangan, 9 kekalahan dan 1 no contest. 14 kemenangan dengan knockout. Luar biasa. Dengan demikian, sesaat lagi kita akan beranjak ke pertarungan antara Rob Font di bantamweight antara Rob Font ranking ke-6 melawan Adrian YANEZ ranking ke-12 sesaat lagi.
Yeah, hey look, I would have continued to do that if it was anybody else. I know Dunn don't want me to say it, but hey George, if you don't retire after Gilbert Burns gets done whooping your ass tonight, I would definitely love a chance for that BMF belt. I love Miami, and if I want a BMF belt here, I'd fight here 4 times a year, granted the boss let me. Shout out to George Masvidal, love everything you're doing. You got a hell of a promotion and all that good stuff, but there's no badder motherfucker than me. See you soon, boy.
Kevin Holland, you're always entertaining. Congratulations, sir. Kevin Holland, ladies and gentlemen.
Tonight's social media post brought to you by Renfield on April 14th. The fight to watch is Cage versus Holt, Dracula versus Renfield. Don't miss the bloodbath. Renfield only in theaters April 14th. That's a huge win on pay-per-view for Kevin Holland, champ.
Massive win for Kevin Holland to bounce back and fight a much smarter fight and finding a way to get the finish that he wanted and needed against the tough Santiago Ponzinibbio.
All right, celebrities are out tonight, as you might expect. Logan Paul, he of Prime Hydration fame, is with us. The
Karena kira nih kita naik striker.
You've read the Godfather, right? Who hasn't? I need you to produce it.
We need hits.
The Godfather is bringing us too many problems. Can one thing go right with this picture?
Cut it!
I can't lose this. Line, I believe in America.
No knowing where the road can go for any of these Garuda Select players. Work hard, your opportunity will come.
You've got to earn the right to win this game today. Whatever happened in the last game's gone. We've come here to compete, just not stupidity.
It's going to be an issue.
We have to have courage on the ball.
There's an urgency, a tenacity, making things happen.
You've shown what you're capable of, and be brave, guys.
Being ready when opportunity does come.
What did he say?
Just keep going up the road and we'll find it.
How far did he say the highway was?
He didn't. He just said stay on the road.
I need something from you, baby. Don't call me that. Bitch, I own you. I'm not gonna break the fucking law for you, man. You're gonna do exactly what the fuck I tell you.
The return of one of the greatest combat sports athletes of all time, Henry Cejudo, Olympic gold champion, two-division MMA champion, faces Aljamain Sterling for the bantamweight championship of the world, what I believe is the most talent-rich division in the sport, and Charles Oliveira versus Beneil Dariush, a fantastic co-main event in the lightweight division. I can't wait.
It has been a huge year, Joe. You're right, for the UFC's bantamweight division in 2023. And speaking of which, these bantamweight rankings brought to you by VeChain, the official blockchain of UFC. They're all chasing Aljamain Sterling, Henry Cejudo getting his crack next month. But two interested observers that night are about to compete here. Adrian Yanez, number 12, and Rob Font, 6th in the world. They are about to lock the octagon door. Behind them, and on a fight card just loaded top to bottom. A lot of avid UFC fans believe the bonus money could very well come out of this one at 135 pounds as Rob Font welcomes the highly touted Adrian Yanez to the upper echelon of the division.
I feel like my potential in the UFC is very high. Everybody wants to talk about levels in this level. I do believe I'm at that level.
Dare I say, you cannot break into the UFC in a better fashion than Adrian Yanez. He won his contract with a knockout inside of a minute on Dana White's Contender Series.
He's stuck him and he's out. That's it. Holy smokes. Adrian Yanez. Quick work of Brady Wall.
I'm a knockout artist. I like going out there and throwing heavy hands. My striking is honestly the best in the 35 division. I see a lot of these guys in the top 5, and I'm looking at it, I was like, man, I feel like I can knock a lot of these guys out.
Adrian Yanez does not need more than the first round.
A well-rounded fighter. The sky's the limit for this guy.
4 of my 5 fights in the UFC knocked out. If I land that punch, I just have that power.
He's about to get there, puts him down. This is it, and that's gonna do it. It's a first-round knockout.
I'm expecting the best Raul font. What he's gonna realize is that it's different with me. I'm gonna show him that I am at that level.
It's been a while since I've been in the octagon. I feel like I needed that break. As far as like my improvements and my gains, I definitely believe
Rob Font saat lagi akan menghadapi ADRIAN YANEZ.
My potential in the UFC is still up there. I can still get to that belt. I can still win these fights. I do still believe I'm still right there.
This guy just gets better and better every single time out. He's got 5 rounds underneath his belt. He knows what it's like to compete against the elite.
I'm always looking for the finish. I want to stay dangerous, and Adrian Yanez is the perfect opponent to do that with.
Font trying to finish it. Oh my goodness, that's it. Wow, Rob Font in a big way.
Adrian got his wish of fighting a ranked opponent. The level definitely changes. I plan on showing him that. Fighting me is a lot of pressure. It's a lot of volume. I'm always pushing the pace from the first second. I want to take all that shine and take it home with me. I'm going to let him know real early that this is my cage, this is my night, and I'm winning this fight.
Oh, he might be out. Rob Font.
I know I'm the better boxer. I know I'm the better striker. I'm going to be the most dangerous Adrian Yanez that's ever been.
This fight's going to be a banger for sure. You know, Adrian definitely brings it. I always bring it. Once I make him make a couple mistakes, I'm putting him away.
With an undeniable championship mindset and a 9-fight winning streak in tow, enter Adrian Yanez, Houston, Texas's finest, and Megan O'Leary, his late head coach Saul Solis, never far from the mind as Yanez tries to take that requisite next step in his budding UFC career.
His search for the title continues, and to honor the legacy of his late coach. When he was offered this fight with Rob Font, he said, my answer was yes, immediate yes, because to be able to compete against someone, A, who would sign a contract against him, but B, that he has looked up to for a very long time. He said, I remember him knocking out George back in 2014. He loves what Rob Font brings to this fight, so much so that he actually said, I wish I could have an out-of-body experience. I feel like this is going to be fight of the night, and I wish I could watch it from above. He is very determined to show off his skill set. He's been working with Eve Edwards, who has nothing but great things to say about him, believes he is championship caliber, and that with a couple more fights, he will be fighting for the title.
Well, Joe, if he wins, he can go home and watch the knockout tonight, too, right? Wouldn't necessarily be the out-of-body experience, but a lot of eyeballs on Adrian Yanez, and he's favored to beat the number 6 guy in the world tonight.
Well, he's one of the most interesting guys in this division. When you look at his fights inside the octagon, Adrian Yanez has been able to stop basically everybody they put in front of him. He has nasty striking, beautiful ring intelligence.
Adrian Yanez sudah memasuki arena. Adrian Yanez sudah memasuki arena.
And fantastic skills. And he's got that mindset. He's got that mindset of the young, hungry lion who's chasing the title.
I love Adrian Yanez, and I love his approach. He said he's got to stay very traditional tonight against Rob Font. Because of the jab of Rob Font, he knows that he has to take advantage of the opportunities because there will not be many. This is my fight of the night expectation.
Massachusetts, Rob Font, number 6 in the world, 15th UFC.
Rob Font juga sudah memasuki arena kali ini.
He has never been knocked out, but a couple of fights ago, December 2021, he absorbed a lot of damage against Jose Aldo, and when he fought Marlon Chito Vera last April, he said as soon as Chito recovered, with his first strike, he felt his entire face break apart. He was able to fight through those 25 minutes,
Font
but now
lahir
he's at
di
the end, and he's ready to get back on the
Westminster, Massachusetts.
Sometimes you need to take time, and that's exactly what Rob Font has done. A refreshed Rob Font will be a fun Rob Font. We are talking about another
antara Just Walker, Major General Penata Rumble, 20 years service.
You look at his 5-round unanimous decision over Cody Garbrandt. You look at his stoppage of Marlon.
Second most significant strike in UFC bantamweight history. Top 3 most knockout in UFC bantamweight history.
Because Rob Font is a fantastic striker and a real warrior.
His jab is one of the best, not just in this division, but across the entire sport. Mixes it up well with a lot of different weapons, elbows, knees, kicks, has offensive wrestling as well, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu brown belt. And as we've talked a lot about, he's giving this opportunity to guys ranked below him, but favored to beat him. Fight odds brought to you by DraftKings Sportsbook. Sign up today with code UFC. Yanez -165 at close. Rob Font coming back at +155. All right, two of the best bantamweights in the world are ready to engage. Let us get you the tail of the tape, brought to you by VeChain, the official blockchain of
Rob
UFC.
Font, 35 tahun, Adrian YANEZ, 29 tahun.
He will have a reach advantage of an inch and a hook. All right, for the introductions, now back inside of Bruce Buffer.
Rob Font berasal dari Puerto Rico, sementara Adrian YANEZ berasal dari Amerika Serikat.
Division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a mixed martial artist holding professional record 16
Adrian YANEZ, ranking 12 bantamweight, bertarung dari Houston, Texas, 16 kali menang, 3 kali kalah. Menjadi top rate 165 minus 165. Adrian YANEZ. Sementara itu di sudut merah, Rob Font, ranking 6, 19 kali menang, 6 kali kalah, bertarung di Woburn, Massachusetts, Amerika Serikat. Rob Font. Oke, sesaat lagi ronde pertama akan dimulai.
The no-nonsense Keith Peterson, our referee for this one. Chrissy Blair with us tonight at UFC 287. Festive feel inside KASEYA Center. As Adrian Yanez looks to take his
Are you ready? Ronde 1, ronde pertama.
wait for this fight. Ends right here, right now.
Excited about this one, boy.
Rob Font right away with a right hand.
Thought it was cool in our fighter meeting. Rob Font acknowledged that Marlon Moraes gave him an opportunity when Moraes was near the top of the division, and Font had no problem laying out the red carpet for Yanez to try to take his number 6 tonight. Yanez 5-0 in the UFC. He has bonused in all 5 UFC fights thus far. Good jab, that patented Rob Font jab.
That's the Rob Font jab. He'll pop you with it all
Jab
night.
Font ini cepat sekali ya.
By Yanez.
Beberapa kali kiri sudah masuk, jab kiri.
Came together.
On April 14th, the fight to watch is Cage versus Holt, Dracula versus Renfield.
Strike kanan YANEZ masuk.
April 14th.
Yanez just landed a very good right hand and another one. He's finding the
Oh,
chin.
kanan lagi masuk. Setelah melakukan kombinasi tadi.
Adrian Yanez is just so slick. So good at finding the chin. So good at stepping back just enough. Look at that jab.
Oh, jab kiri cepat sekali YANEZ tadi. Dibalas saja dengan strike kanan.
Rob Font acknowledged that too. He said, "Hey man, this guy has great head movement." He goes, "I'm gonna have to mix in all my weapons because this kid, just his hands are so good."
Rob just popped him with a good jab too.
Oh, jab Rob Font cepat. Bikin goyang tadi. Luar biasa. Ini yang tadi hampir masuk tadi Rob Font.
He's getting busted up. I think it speaks to the power of Adrian Yanez too. And the accuracy
Ranking
that's at low kick.
YANEZ 5 kali.
26 pro fight for Rob Font. He's never been knocked out in MMA. wasn't necessarily
Jual beli pukulan terjadi luar biasa. Masih unggul Rob Font sepertinya di sini dan strike. Banyak sekali pukulan yang masuk. Goyang Yanez kali ini luar biasa. Wow. Melarikan diri Yanez menghindar. Balas kali ini dengan kombinasi pukulan. Oh my god. Oh, dihentikan saja wasit. Rob Font luar biasa dengan hammer fistnya beberapa kali mendarat di muka Adrian Yanez. Pertarungan diberhentikan di ronde pertama. Rob Font menang dengan TKO atas Adrian Yanez di ronde pertama. Luar biasa. Wow, sayang sekali karena Adrian Yanez ini salah satu petarung yang saya suka ya. Luar biasa Rob Font. Masih terlalu cepat. Kombinasi pukulan Rob Font itu begitu cepat. Kalah cepat si Adrian Yanez. Luar biasa.
Well, YANEZ said he couldn't be in front. Rob Font had to create angles, not enough angles tonight, DC.
It was off the jab. He kept hitting him with the jab, and then he hurt YANEZ.
Uppercut.
Got YANEZ just trying to trade with him. And watch Font find this beautiful shot here. Look at that. Right hand lands. Look at that. It's almost like he wrapped it around like a hook and an uppercut combined. Now, that was a
Hook kanan yang begitu keras masuk mendarat tepat di dagu Yanez yang menjatuhkan Yanez. Disusul kemudian dengan Fan on Ground.
not ready to move on yet. That was nasty. Oh my goodness.
That was nasty.
YANEZ is yelling at the coach right now, and I don't understand why.
Interesting to see whatever conversation is going on with Adrian Yanez. But this was the first time for Rob Font on a pay-per-view in 5 years. And man, did he maximize the showcase. And as we said, next dude in there to knock out Rob Font's going to be the first, right? He ate some big shots too, but Rob Font, that's the highlight of his career as far as I'm concerned.
Dude, that was crazy because it wasn't easy. It was very difficult. It was tough. Rob Font was getting touched up. His eye was already swelling. You could tell there's some long-term damage that he's taken over the course of these wars. But he ultimately got the job done, and he landed that beautiful right hand to end the fight.
Rob Font 1-0 as a father, and a huge result for the Massachusetts native tonight. The official decision brought to you by Resident Evil 4 Remake. Survival is just the beginning. Available now. Here's Bruce.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Keith Peterson has called a stop to this contest at 2 minutes, 57 seconds of the very first round. Declaring the winner by TKO.
Like I said before, I'm super confident in my jab, and I get this thing going on anybody, I'm taking him out.
You got the jab going, and let's take a look at some of the combinations that you landed. You guys were both exchanging, but you found the home for a big right hand early on. You hit him with several big shots, but it was one sort of an uppercut type right hand. There's a right. Talk us through this. What were you thinking when you saw him rock?
It was the right hand. I felt it. I could hear Tyson saying like, stay long, start feinting with the jab, and
there's the big one.
Yeah, there it is right there. Never mind. I thought it was a different one. Never mind. Man, let's go. I don't even know. That was awesome, man. I gotta rewatch that play. Like again, I get my jab going to anybody. I land my right hand. They're going to sleep. That's real.
Now, Rob Font, this was a huge victory for you. You've been out of the game for a little bit. You recovered. You had some time to readjust. Give us your thoughts on what it means to come back like this and have such a huge victory.
Man, it's been a while since I got a finish, and I needed this finish. I need it for myself. I need it for my team. I needed it for my family, man. Put me back in the top with the top guys. I'm ready to go.
Well, it was beautiful to watch, sir. Congratulations, and I can't wait to see you again. Rob Font, ladies and gentlemen.
How about Rob Font? Not a lot of people were giving him a great shot here tonight, but man, team and the entire New England cartel as they get it done in a big way for Font's 20th pro win. Cole Hauser in the building with us here tonight for UFC 287. Also with us, one of the best welterweight contenders in the world, Bilal. Remember the name, Muhammad. Alongside a victorious Ignacio Bahamondes, arguably the best receiver in the NFL right now, Justin Jefferson. And also in that class, the great Odell Beckham Jr. And that's not all, folks. We have got two of the best welterweights of all time sitting together tonight, Kamaru Usman and one of the GOATs, George Rush St. Pierre. All right, everybody's tuning in to UFC 287 here now. A live look inside Black Market here in Miami. Fight fans getting to meet Amanda Nunes and maybe enjoying a few Modelos as well. Modelo, brewed for those with a fighting spirit. All right, Jorge Masvidal, the deal, Mike. In the wings, these locker room shots brought to you by Trojan, who reminds you to protect yourself at all times. Here's Megan.
Thank you so much, John. Well, the number 5 ranked Gilbert Burns wants to make a statement here and now. The Brazilian-born jiu-jitsu black belt has every intention on getting back to the position of title challenger. And he believes with a dominant performance, he can earn his way to the top. With 9 wins by submission and 6 victories by way of knockout, the Florida resident is dangerous everywhere this fight goes. He has a tall task in front of him in the form of Miami's fighting son, Jorge Masvidal. Fighting for over 2 decades, Gamebred enters his 52nd professional bout and does so in front of his hometown crowd. With the fastest knockout in UFC history, don't blink. The American top team product could make this a very short night of work. Our co-main event goes down in just minutes, and it should be a fun one, John.
You know the deal, Mike. 1049. You can't get the product in, you can't get no money out. It's them guards. They choking us to death. I have an idea. It's gonna sting, but it will work. I'm gonna trust you on this.
This is on you.
This war is what I'm trying to stop. If it's a war they want, it's a war they're gonna get. I need you to continue trusting me.
That's not the way I envision bringing home a world title.
You can't go around saying, I'm the champ, because you didn't win the belt. You'll give it.
No one can ever tell me you're the most unqualified champion. Listen, dude. Best, baby.
Major threat. Wherever a fight goes, the question beckons, though, will it be enough for Torino to turn back the king of Miami, Jorge Gamebred Masvidal, right here in his own backyard? Let us find out together. This man has a cult following and then some. He has put Miami on the map.
At this point in my career, I truly feel that I am one of the best in the world, if not the best at welterweight. And this fight with Gilbert here in Miami is everything.
Gilbert Burns is a warrior. He'll fight anyone.
Whenever I'm down, I want to be remembered by the guy that put exciting fights, the guy that fought anyone, and the guy that became a champion. I'll bring the power in the hands, aggressive style, heavy grappling, heavy wrestling. I think it's going to be a hard night for Masvidal.
Gilbert, you're a crotch sniffer. Prove me wrong. And you know what I do with crotch sniffing. best in my city. It's nothing personal, but I want to break his face. I don't know if you want to call that personal or just intensity that I have to bring to make sure that this individual gets executed in my city.
The Brazil community is going to be in Miami. We're on the side with the King of Miami, the 305. I represent the BMF belt way more than George does. The fans going to see me as a BMF champion after the fight.
This man is a real veteran.
I've been fighting professionally for 20 years. I'm only fighting to fight the best. Because I'm going to go for it all, man. I'm going to go for 2 titles. I'm going to knock this head out.
Bam! Oh! Cerrone in a world of trouble here. That is it! Gamebred MASVIDAL! Whether he's in the street, on the beach, on an island, he does not care. Oh, it's correct down! Oh my goodness, beautiful.
If I get there in my zone present, that fight doesn't pass the second round.
Literally, I'm turning into like a little ball crushing.
Oh! Jorge Masvidal gets a massive knockout win.
Gilbert inside the octagon, he is an absolute savage. Oh!
I'm not going to be a stepping stone for some guy who would have never beat me, could have never held my jockstrap in my prime.
The king of Miami, Gamebred MASVIDAL.
A finish over Masvidal gives me a title shot. I'm excited for this one. The fans going to win so much with this fight.
to see the legendary Gamebred put on a show.
You know, very rarely do you have guys that are just so linked to a city, but it's everything in Gamebred MASVIDAL, from the movement to the attitude to the swagger. He is just Miami. You can see that he has been forged by this city. He loves this city. To get the opportunity to represent this city, you can't help but feel good for a guy like this that's been in the game for 20 years and has put himself in a position to be in one of the headlining fights. But at the end of the day, he's got to get the job done because there's bigger things at stake. With a big win, he could propel himself back into title contention. This is a phenomenal striker, a guy that carries confidence and tremendous power in his hands, and he has the ability to shut the lights out on anyone in the welterweight division.
All right, so how does he go about getting that win? The keys to victory brought to you by the Air National Guard, where service meets flexibility, part-time or full-time. Join us.
Well, he's got to have strong takedown defense because he's a very good grappler, but Gilbert Burns is a 4-time Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu world champion. He has phenomenal takedowns, and his submission ability is second to none. He's got to control the distance. Jorge Masvidal is a crafty veteran and a very clever striker. He's very good at setting traps, and to do that, he's got to keep Gilbert at distance. And third, he's got to live in the moment. This is his town. This is his moment. And also, this might be, if he loses, the last time we ever see Jorge Masvidal inside the octagon.
his professional MMA debut, and for just the second time in his career, he gets a Miami backdrop on which to compete.
Opportunity for Gilbert Burns on a huge stage. He came off that wild exchange with Hamzat Chimaev to dominate Neil Magny in his last outing. And here he has an opportunity for a very high-profile fight with the great Jorge Masvidal in Jorge City. Gilbert Burns is a wicked striker. He's got knockout power in his hands. Dropped Kamaru Usman, their title fight, and stopped many, many fighters. And again, his ground game is second to none.
Gilbert Burns just acknowledged his kids on the way in tonight. He makes his 20th UFC appearance, and perhaps he could be next for Leon Edwards, depending on how it goes tonight. This prep point brought to you by Modelo Especial. Since 1925, we've proved it doesn't matter where you come from, it matters what you're made of. Modelo, brewed for those with a fighting spirit. Daniel Cormier, Gilbert Burns, big favorite here tonight. What are his keys to victory to outlast Jorge Masvidal?
You know, there are Cinderella stories, but a lot of times the villain in the story can be just really, really good. And that's Gilbert Burns. First, he's got to get takedowns, Joe. Complete opposite of what you said. He has got to find a way to get this fight to the ground early to make sure Masvidal is thinking about the takedown the entire time. He has got to start fast. He has got to get going very early against Masvidal. He cannot allow for him to start to build momentum. And then he has got to take the crowd out of the fight. He can do that by starting early, by getting going right away and showing that he should be this high of a favorite. But this guy is just really good.
Ya guys, sesaat lagi Gilbert Burns last fight. Neil Magny menang. 4 kali Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu World Champion, 11 first round finish. Udah menang 11 kali di ronde pertama ya. Finish. Akan menghadapi Jorge Masvidal, 35 kali menang, 16 kali kalah. Oh, udah banyak kali kalahnya nih Masvidal nih.
Fans have been waiting essentially since this fight was announced to see it play out. Wait ends here. Tell the tape brought to you by VeChain, the official blockchain of UFC.
Gilbert Burns 36 tahun, Jorge Masvidal 38 tahun. Gilbert Burns 21 menang, 5 kalah. Jorge Masvidal 35 kali menang, 16 kali kalah. Menjadi favorit ini Gilbert Burns dengan minus 435 favorit.
Survival is just the beginning. Available now. And now, introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner.
Jorge Masvidal dari tuan rumah Miami, Florida, Amerika Serikat, 35 kali menang, 16 kali kalah di ranking 11 welterweight. Sementara itu ranking 5 welterweight Gilbert Burns 21 kali menang, 5 kali kalah. Tarung di Boca Raton, Florida, Amerika Serikat. Marco Dot akan menjadi wasit pada pertarungan kali ini.
Lot of mutual respect between these combatants. Gilbert, Durinho, Burns, heavily favored to get the best of Jorge Gamebred Masvidal tonight. Masvidal in that patented stance with arms behind back.
Can't get lulled to sleep with Masvidal.
Dan ronde pertama dimulai.
Timekeeper of UFC, the only watch tough enough for UFC. Burns donning the yellow. Masvidal is in red.
The energy in this place is crazy right now.
I'm freaking out. Masvidal brought in a lot of wrestlers in advance of this matchup. We'll see how soon perhaps Burns chooses to shoot.
And Burns is very aware of the takedown defense of Masvidal. And I heard Dustin Poirier on the desk earlier saying, and if you take him down, Masvidal is a master of getting back to his feet. And we know that Gamebred is supposed to be the guy that holds the advantage in the striking. But we have seen Gilbert Burns fight 15 minutes with Khamzat Chimaev.
Thank you. Ya, masih berhati-hati kedua petarung sepertinya. Beberapa kali Masvidal melepaskan leg kick.
Burns said he expected Masvidal to start very fast. Masvidal's been much more measured than he anticipated.
Sangat perlu dikhawatirkan ini power punch dari Gilbert Burns.
Burns trying to establish that jab. A lot of feints out of Gilbert early. Big right hand for Burns, gets through. Acknowledged by Masvidal with a smile.
And Burns is a guy that had expectation put on him from the moment he joined the Black Zillions way back in the day. This is a guy that many always believe would be in this position right now.
Right. Masvidal supremely efficient early. He's landed 8 of 12 significant strike attempts.
Both guys being very patient. Finding the range. Gilbert presumably looking for the moment when he can close the distance and shoot.
Well, you know, Joe, we always talk about the consequences. You can't.
Baik sekali kombinasi dari Masvidal tadi ditutup dengan leg kick.
You can end up laying on your back staring at the lights.
Gamebred is having very good success with that right low kick.
He is.
Coba melakukan body kick tadi Gilbert Burns.
Masvidal is taking advantage down low.
Well, when Masvidal checked those kicks, he stuck his tongue out at Burns.
Under 2 minutes now to go in the round.
Masvidal spoke about the violence he wanted to inflict on Gilbert Burns, talking about what he needed to do in order to earn a title shot. He knows that just winning the decision isn't going to be enough.
Oops. Hampir saja terjadi takedown. Pukulan yang meleset tadi. Gilbert Burns. Body kick Gilbert.
Telling Gilbert Burns to keep Masvidal guessing. But this is Masvidal's pace of a fight here. Taking his time, finding his moments,
Body
and
kick
landing those kicks every time
MASVIDAL
he
kali
struggled to
ini.
this point.
That's a good point about the pace, Jim. Under a minute to go, round one.
We've seen a very cautious Gilbert Burns. Very respectful of the striking of MASVIDAL.
Ups, kombinasi yang bagus tadi dari Gilbert Burns. Body kick MASVIDAL.
Good right hand from Burns. That's been his best weapon thus far.
Good right hand by Burns.
Nice stance
Hook kanan dari Gilbert tadi bagus.
Throw it from a different angle than what he was expecting.
Good calf kick there.
Yeah, MASVIDAL he didn't like that one very much, Joe. He was completely planted with his foot, so he took the entirety of that punch.
Oh, hook kanan tadi dari Gilbert.
That right hand was real.
Ditelan saja sama MASVIDAL. Masih sempat. Dan percobaan takedown dari Gilbert, berhasil takedown dari Gilbert kali ini. Di penghujung ronde pertama terjadi chaos. Ronde pertama usai. Ditutup dengan takedown yang dilakukan oleh Gilbert Burns. Total strike 18 Burns, 22 Jorge MASVIDAL, 1 takedown oleh Burns. Significant strike 15 Gilbert Burns dan 17 Jorge MASVIDAL. Dan sepertinya Gilbert Burns mendapatkan ronde pertama ini berkat hasil takedownnya tadi. Karena kalau mau lihat significant strike ini ya cukup ketat, cukup berimbang.
Listen, we need to start. You start switch kicking together. Listen, as soon as you start getting him right to the stomach. Okay, get him with the overhand left hook, and then start getting him the body. Listen. He's not waiting for that left hook. Okay.
The unauthorized reproduction or distribution of this copyright work is illegal and punishable under law. All right, here we go, round 2.
Ya, ronde kedua segera dimulai.
All right, Dean Thomas, what do you have for us, coach?
For MASVIDAL, I do not like how easily Gilbert has been able to land that right hand. If you go back to the Usman fight with MASVIDAL, that's exactly what happened. Usman was able to land that right hand easily.
Oh, terjatuh MASVIDAL. Hook kiri tadi dilepaskan Gilbert Burns. Burns mencoba melakukan pressure di dinding lapangan, upaya takedown dilakukan dan berhasil takedownnya, diangkat saja MASVIDAL, luar biasa.
And get his legs back when trying to defend that takedown by wrapping. He almost pulled Gilbert into that position, and the reason Gilbert went there earlier was because of the success he had at the end of round 1.
Mark Goddard warned Jorge about punches to the back of the head from his back. Good defensive work off his back so far by Jorge. Did a good job tying Gilbert up, preventing the ground and pound.
Masih Gilbert Burns berada di atas dengan full guard.
MASVIDAL tossed himself in the Covington fight. He was too comfortable laying on his back when he got taken down. He needs to be forcing his way back to his feet.
And the odds of him submitting Gilbert Burns off his back are very slim.
Yes. And now they're sweaty, they're wet, and Gilbert Burns is as high level a grappler as they come.
Resident Evil 4 Remake Survival is just the beginning. Available now.
3rd degree black belt. I mean, just to get to a black belt is insane. To be a 3rd degree black belt and have the success that he has had in grappling in the highest level of competition is almost insane.
And the maintenance, right? You talk a lot about wrestling maintenance and how some are unwilling to put in the time. This dude with the jiu-jitsu maintenance all day long. 3 minutes here to go in round 2. MASVIDAL tries to maybe hip escape. Goddard closes the distance, calls for more output out of both men. MASVIDAL controlling that right arm of Burns.
But Gilbert's not getting much done here.
Yes.
He's dominating the position, he's on top, but he's not really landing anything big.
MASVIDAL's doing a good job of controlling the posture of Burns. And Burns is staying tight because he doesn't want to lose it. But right here, this is Jorge's chance. He's got to get height. You cannot get away if the guy is over the top of you. You got to get your head and chest above his head and chest and start to
berada di atas dengan konsultan yang banyak. Dan kali ini Masvidal mencoba berdiri, berputar saja, mencoba melepaskan diri, tetapi punggungnya masih dikuasai oleh Gilbert Burns. Takedown lagi Gilbert Burns berhasil dilakukan. Luar biasa.
Look at Burns trying to step over that leg. He's going to start trying to slide him away from the octagon side. Masvidal still has a chance, though. Look at his head and chest free. He's got to get back up to his feet here. Gamebred needs to switch hips here. He's got to find a way to switch hips. He cannot allow Gilbert to collect them at his hips. There it is. Here's an opportunity. He's back up. He's got to get one underhook. If he wants a chance to get away, he's got to start to dig one underhook. One side. There it is. Now he can start to try to get away from him. Keep lifting that left underhook.
Snakes in a deep breath, hands still clasped, now he releases.
Gilbert is doing a good job with the head position here.
Lepas kali ini Masvidal kembali berdiri, pertarungan dilanjutkan, kurang dari 30 detik lagi. Sudah terlihat kehabisan energi Masvidal. Lakukan body kick tadi. Oh, saling bertukar pukulan hook kanan, sama-sama mendarat. Dan berakhir sudah ronde kedua. Gilbert Burns sepertinya unggul di ronde keduanya dengan 2 takedown tambahannya.
And here's the first takedown from Gilbert. Huge takedown. Controlled.
Huge takedown.
Jorge Masvidal for
Total strike 50 Gilbert Burns, 45 Jorge Masvidal. Takedowns 3 Gilbert Burns, 0 Masvidal. Dan significant strike 25 Gilbert Burns, 29 Jorge Masvidal. Hanya unggul di significant strike Jorge Masvidal. Dan sepertinya 2 ronde sudah dimiliki Gilbert. Masvidal membutuhkan KO sini untuk bisa memenangkan pertarungan. Namun itu akan sangat sulit. Yeah, I think Gilbert Burns has 2 rounds already. Yeah, Gilbert Burns had 2 rounds already. So I think the 3rd round, Jorge Masvidal need to have KO, right? Or maybe submission. But it will be very difficult because, you know, Gilbert Burns is black belt of Jiu-Jitsu. And Jorge Masvidal can win the fight once they only perform standing fighting. Standing fight is needed for Masvidal, of course. Oh. Jab yang bagus sekali dari Gilbert Burns, 2 kali masuk. Leg kick bagus sekali dari Masvidal. Leg kick lagi Masvidal.
Burns measuring.
In this type of fight, though, very close first round.
Cobaan tadi tendangan memutar dari MASVIDAL.
Knowing that he has the ability to go chase the takedown.
Right. But so far, this has been Masvidal's round.
Yep. Good left hand there by Burns for Masvidal's kicks. You're right, Joe. Led the dance in round 3.
Oof.
Oof. Oh, strike Burns tadi kanan yang bagus sekali. Goyang Jorge goyang. Wah, kanan lagi. Keras sekali.
When Gilbert turned it up a little bit, it seemed like he just holds an advantage on Jorge when he's going hard.
Oh, luar biasa Gilbert Burns. Uppercut yang luar biasa tadi.
He can't headhunt here. Burns should be thinking body shot some too.
Oh, kanan keras sekali dari Gilbert. Jab kanan kali ini. Sempoyongan Jorge Masvidal hanya bisa membalas dengan leg kick tadi. Power punch Gilbert Burns, bahaya sekali. Oh, kanannya Gilbert Burns luar biasa. Coba membalas Jorge Masvidal dengan kombinasi ini. Dan upaya takedown kali ini gagal kali ini Gilbert Burns melakukan takedown. Sounds like a battle, man. It's real battle.
It's such a close third and final round.
Ah, takedown for Gilbert Burns. Another takedown. Another takedown for Gilbert Burns. Now Gilbert Burns is in side control. Tersisa kurang dari 1 menit lagi ronde ketiga ini.
Well, he's certainly threatening with it. But if he can just maintain top control and keep landing strikes,
yeah,
it should be enough to pull off this decision.
Frustrating last half of the third round for Masvidal.
10 seconds. 10 seconds remain. No finish. Wow. Dan berakhir sudah 3 ronde pertarungan. Luar biasa. Luar biasa. Pertarungan yang luar biasa diperagakan oleh kedua petarung ini. Wow, luar biasa. Beberapa kali tadi kita lihat Gilbert Burns melayangkan power punch sangat keras. Takedowns. Total strike 81 untuk Gilbert Burns, Jorge Masvidal 65. Takedowns 4 Gilbert Burns, Jorge Masvidal 0. Significant strike Gilbert Burns 52 dan Jorge Masvidal 45. Saya rasa mutlak Gilbert Burns memenangkan pertarungan ini.
It's still on a short list of guys that can challenge for the welterweight championship of the world.
You're right, and at times throughout this fight showed why he deserved the rather bloated distinction as a north of -400 betting favorite. It looks as though they're taking the gloves off of Jorge Gamebred Masvidal. Masvidal. He's congratulated by the opposing cornerman, Henry Hooft. Masvidal did hint at retirement if he wasn't able to get the job done here tonight. But perhaps we will see him fight again. He'll be 39 years of age in November. All right, tonight's official decision brought to you by Resident Evil 4 Remake. Survival is just the beginning. Available now. Here for the cards, Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for decision. The judges scored the contest 30-27, 30-27, and 29-28 for the winner by unanimous decision,
Gilbert Burns diumumkan menang dengan anonymous decision.
Jorge, I'm going to talk to you too. I'm here with the winner, Gilbert Burns. Congratulations, sir. You won them over in enemy territory. That's got to feel good.
It feels good, but shout out to this guy. He's still a king from this city. That guy brought the UFC back here to Miami. We just here because this guy. 52 pro fights, plus maybe 20 backyard fights, so there's a lot of fights. So give it up to your boy, GILBERT, MASVIDAL. Thank you guys for coming.
Luar biasa.
Gilbert, this is a big victory for you.
Gilbert Burns berhasil memenangkan pertarungan ini.
Give us your thoughts on where this places you now.
Man, I'm the only guy, maybe in the whole UFC, that's willing to fight anyone at any time. You guys know that. You know, if they call me to fight the devil, what I'm gonna say, Joe?
Yes.
You know that. So, with that being said, Leo Edwards, Colby Covington, whoever is holding that belt, I'm coming for you. I'm not taking no fight, only the title fight.
Gilbert Burns memanggil Colby Covington dan juara bertahan Leon Edwards. Siapapun dari kedua mereka ini, dia akan datang kepada mereka. Luar biasa.
That if this was a loss, then this might be the last time we see you inside the octagon. Is that the case?
First I want to say I love everybody, toda mi gente, los quiero. Sorry. De verdad, de corazón, perdón. Libertad siempre. Hoy es mi último día peleando, pero no por la libertad. Siempre voy a hablar de la libertad, los quiero todos. I love everybody here. Thank you everybody for watching. But this is where I started my career now. It's been a long 20 years, 50-something fights. You know, sometimes your favorite basketball player ain't got that three-pointer no more. Your favorite quarterback loses that rifle. I don't feel the same when I get in here no more. It's been 20 long years. I love all of you. UFC came here 20 years ago, and it inspired me to chase this dream for 20 years, 50-some fights later. Hopefully I inspired somebody in here to go fight for theirs, no matter what it is. If it's in the sports world, if it's in the fucking entertainment world, if it's in whatever world, the 9 to 5. I love everybody. I love this fucking sport. I'm a multi-millionaire. I didn't start from shit. I didn't have shit when I started. And I can say I'm good for life now. 20 long years, Joe. I love you guys, man.
Well, I love you too, man. You had a fantastic career, and it's been an honor to call your fights. I'm a huge fan, and I've appreciated everything you've done.
Also, I want to say, greatest president in the history of the world, sitting right there. I love that guy. We also got the greatest governor of all time here in Florida. Let's keep Florida free, a red state, and let's take that. You know who? Let's go brand that motherfucker out of power and replace him. If I could get it just one time. Let's go, Brandon! Let's go, Brandon! I'm out, y'all. 305 for life.
Miami, make it loud for Jorge Masvidal!
The king of Miami, Jorge Masvidal, does not go out with a win, but he does go out with this showcase in Miami, and that dude's 1-1, man.
Yeah, he's 1-1. And John, you got to tip your hat to GILBERT Masvidal for what he did and what he became. At the latter part of his career, he became an absolute star through his performances, through his attitude, and who he was as a person. What a fantastic career. Like he said, he's set for life with money now. He's got a family. He's got children. Congrats to Game Brand Jorge Masvidal, man. You got to go out in your city with just love and appreciation from everybody that's watching compete.
It really is emotional to see all the kids in there. Thrill on one side, agony on the other. Masvidal apologizing to his son that he didn't get the job done, but tremendous career, fat bankroll as he walks up into the sun.
Yeah, I mean, he's a hero to this city. He's a fantastic fighter. He's had an amazing career. I mean, I became a fan of his way back in the Bodog days when he knocked out Eve Edwards. I mean, he is a crafty, wily technician, just a great fighter. And to go out like this in a hard-fought war, we came up short. Perfect. Amazing career.
Oke guys, terakhir sudah pertarungan antara Gilbert Burns melawan Jorge Masvidal. Jorge Masvidal harus menerima kekalahannya atas Gilbert Burns melalui decision, unanimous decision. Oh, ada Amanda Nunes. Dan kita melangkah ke pertarungan main card kali ini. Alex Pereira, juara bertahan middleweight, akan menghadapi ranking 1 penantang juara Israel Adesanya asal Nigeria. Dimana kita ketahui bersama, Alex Pereira dengan rekor 7 kemenangan 1 kekalahan akan menghadapi Israel Adesanya dengan 23 kali kemenangan dan 2 kali kekalahan sesaat lagi.
Got knocked down in a storm or something.
It's a pretty selective storm. What are they doing? Can we just leave, please? Jim!
My name is Triple C, Olympic champion, flyweight champion of the world, and now bantamweight champion of the world. I am the greatest combat athlete of all time.
Give him a second down. Henry Cejudo has a set of skills that is unparalleled.
He makes it look easy.
Wow, I'm never gonna doubt that kid again.
He is trying to build a legacy in this division that will never be touched. And if you want to do that, you got to go through the doctor.
South Beach, Miami, Florida, USA for UFC 287. Well, as many of you know, DraftKings Sportsbook offers up some same-game parlays.
Oke, sesaat lagi. Middleweight title bout. Pertarungan divisi middleweight antara juara bertahan Alex Pereira melawan ranking 1 penantang nomor 1 Israel Adesanya.
All right, now live from a sold-out KASEYA Center in Miami, Florida. It is time for the main event for UFC 287, PEREIRA versus ADESANYA 2. UFC 287 is presented by Modelo, brewed for those with a fighting spirit.
Alex Pereira 7 menang 1 kali kalah. Israel Adesanya 23 kali menang 2 kali kalah.
UFC, Robert Whittaker, of course, very much and always in the mix, but right now it'll be the #1 contender and former champ Israel Adesanya against the new champion, Alex Pereira. All right, it's well documented at this point, folks, through 3 meetings in kickboxing and MMA, Pereira has had Adesanya's number by the end of the night. But tonight, the last style bettor believes the tide will turn in his favor as he attempts to regain his middleweight crown and, more importantly, finally a win over his chief rival. So here he is, Israel Adesanya, on his way to becoming the greatest middleweight champion of all time. This man as a fighter is greatness personified, the ultimate example of a champion, always fighting the toughest guys. 7 UFC title fights for Adesanya, 7 total mixed martial art fights for his counterpart, Alex Pereira.
But this is one of the most ferocious fighters that has ever entered into the sport. The only glory 2 division simultaneous champion. into other dimensions.
This is a guy who has fought Israel Adesanya twice in kickboxing and knocked him out cold.
Alex Pereira is the boogeyman to Israel Adesanya.
Oh, nice right hand by Izzy. Nice right hand by Izzy.
But make no mistake about it, this is his world, this is his house.
Round one was a feeling out process, and I figured him out towards the end of the round, and literally with just like on the bell,
Oh, he hurt him.
I caught him.
Huge right and a left at the end of the round.
He hurt him bad. Hurt him bad.
So with another 302 seconds left, I would put him away.
Pereira trying to get his wits about him back to the stool.
It's gonna be a long minute.
Já no segundo round, foi uma continuidade assim, né? Do primeiro, assim, taticamente, estrategicamente.
Pereira's landed some really good shots this round, man.
Né, onde no finalzinho o diferencial foi aquela queda que eu apliquei.
And now Pereira shoots.
Oh my goodness.
And Pereira gets the takedown.
Look at this.
It might be 1-1, boys.
Round three, I took him down and I just beat him. I kept him down and I just held him down and I beat him up there.
First career UFC takedown for the champ.
Ground and pound by the champion. Big left hands.
Round four, I remember schooling him, doing work on him.
Ooh. And now he seems to have starting to pull away from him. He's tired.
Pereira's very tired. He's very tired.
If you tell him he's got to kickbox for 25 minutes, he can do it all day. But you're mixing all the grappling and everything else that entails the mixed martial arts fight. He just has not been able to keep up the pace.
Adesanya 5 minutes away from remaining the UFC standard at 185 pounds.
Pedi pro MMA porque eu achei que eu tinha feito tudo lá no kickboxing e eu poderia fazer a mesma coisa, né? Quando eu sou desafiado, ninguém me segura. Falei, agora é os 5 rounds da minha vida.
Izzy needed to be perfect. Pereira didn't need to be perfect. And when he landed, he got it done.
This one is going to sting for a long time.
Lost his name to him. It's just part of the story. I'm not done with what I'm doing. I'm still Israel Adesanya. I'm one of the greats. It's my time to rise to the occasion, and I will.
Muitas pessoas olham, vê que ele fala que ele evoluiu, mas pra mim não. Bom, não vi nenhuma diferença do Israel lutando kickbox. Bom, com certeza isso vai mexer com a cabeça dele. Foram 3 lutas, 2 nocautes. Bom, a minha mensagem pro Israel é pra ele estar bem preparado, porque eu vou estar.
I'm a dangerous and my back's against the wall. We know what dogs do. This is war.
Ya, Israel sudah mulai masuk ke arena. Tidak ada performance sama sekali seperti biasa-biasanya. Cuma tertinggal kalung anjingnya. Lagos, Nigeria, lahir di Lagos, Nigeria, 1 dari 5 aktif Nigerian born. 1 dari 5 petarung yang lahir di Nigeria. Sekali lagi saya ranking 1 weight.
And Adesanya has an opportunity tonight to silence all the doubters, to rise to the occasion, to beat this man who appears to be unbeatable, to stop the great Alex Pereira, and to do it and retain his title. And if he does, this place will explode.
Tonight's prep point brought to you by Modelo Especial. Since 1925, we've proved that it doesn't matter where you've come from, it matters what you're made of. Modelo, brewed for those with a fighting spirit.
It would be a great story of redemption. It would be a great story of handling loss, going back and getting things right in order to give yourself an opportunity to get right back where you were prior. This guy took loss like no one I've ever seen before. He said that he's better. He doesn't expect this to take very long. He feels like he's going to be so much better in the octagon tonight. A lot of his confidence is rooted in the fact that over the course of their competition, he has had a lot of success. But what Israel Adesanya has to do, he has to kind of forget what made him so great. Because that guy standing across from him has the ability to match him there. He has to go back to the things he did in round number 3 to give him an opportunity. Take advantage of the grappling, the clinching, in all those fights against those high-level wrestlers. Gaslam, Vittori, use those lessons and apply them to beat Alex Pereira.
Men on this or any planet enter the former Glory 2-division champion and now undisputed UFC middleweight champion Alex Pereira. And DC, some may knock him for the fact that he didn't have to go through that proverbial UFC gauntlet to get the title fight, but he knocked the hell out of Sean Strickland, and when he arrived at the Adesanya fight, he did not miss in round 5.
I think that he should be given credit for what he has done in such a short period of time. Because, guys, it's so difficult to go into a UFC championship fight. It's also very difficult to go into a UFC championship fight against a guy like Israel Adesanya, who had dominated the division. It does not matter what your prior exchanges had been. You had to get there. He did that in 3 fights. Made his way to the mountaintop and got the job
Alex
done.
Pereira, juara bertahan, lahir di São Bernardo do Campo, São Paulo, Brasil. 1 dari 18 Brazilian Champions di sejarah UFC.
He is without a doubt one of the most terrifying fighters to ever fight in MMA. Every fight starts standing. And when you are standing in front of this man, any mistake has grave consequences. He's one of the most destructive knockout artists that's ever competed in combat sports. And he has one of the most terrifying walk-ins ever. When you hear that music and that guy pulls that bow back and screams, that's horrific. That's bone-chilling.
Now, don't shoot the messenger, but he did say he had a broken finger going into that last Adesanya fight that did limit some of what he was able to do in training. So we'll see if that indeed bears watching stylistically in terms of how he approaches this fight. But your word destructive really rings true with me, and I'm sure mixed martial arts fans around the world.
He's so big for the weight class, and he's so dense. It's like Dan Henderson. You ever put your hand on Dan Henderson's back?
Dan Henderson hits you, Even if you're like super close to him, it hurts.
There's people like that. They're just built different. And this dude is just built different. And he's a world-class striker. And that you can't use that word enough with him, because he really is. 2-division simultaneous world kickboxing champion. And now, undisputed middleweight champion of the world, defending his title.
I'm sorry, John, it's the left hook. That left hook, every time he uncorks it, it is so scary because you know it only takes one. And he will hurt just like anyone.
Sesaat lagi.
Now he's doing it with 4-ounce gloves.
Pertarungan klasik. Kali pertama Alex Pereira untuk mempertahankan gelar. Dan Israel Adesanya yang sekian lama tidak pernah lagi menantang gelar. Alex Pereira 35 tahun, Adesanya 33 tahun.
1-inch reach advantage with the last style bender, Israel Adesanya. All right, now for the intros, here is Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening. Sanctioned by the Florida Athletic Commission, Chair Gina Price, Executive Director Patrick Cunningham. Our 3 judges scoring this contest at Octagon side are Derek Clearly, Tony Amato, and Chris Lee. And when the action begins, our referee in charge of the Octagon, Dan Bergliota.
Dan Bergliota akan menjadi wasit di pertarungan kali ini.
The fight to watch is Cage versus Hulk, Dracula versus Redfield. Don't miss the bloodbath. Redfield only in theaters April 14th, and by New Amsterdam Vodka, 5% distilled at 3 times filtered. New Amsterdam is in your corner with award-winning vodka.
Oh.
This is the moment you've all been waiting for. Live from the sold-out KASEYA Center in Miami, Florida. For the undisputed UFC middleweight championship of the world. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a freestyle fighter holding professional
Ranking 1 middleweight, Israel Adesanya 23 kali menang, 2 kali kalah. Bertarung di Auckland, New Zealand. Akhir di Nigeria. Masih tetap menjadi petarung favorit ya, 130 minus 130. Champions Alex Pereira asal Brasil, 7 kali menang, 1 kali kalah. Bertarung di Danbury, apa ini, California. Pereira. Tidak ada pertemuan sabu, tidak ada sapa saling menyapa, tidak ada tos-tosan. Musuh bebuyutan.
Chapter 2/Chapter 4 begins now. Israel Adesanya is in the blue. Alex Pereira is in the green and gold, or so it appears. We'll call it black and gold.
Alex Pereira di sudut merah dengan celana hitam khas juara, sementara di sudut biru ada Israel Adesanya dengan celana biru.
Izzy had a real problem with that calf kick. He compromised his leg after the first round. He's got to be very aware of that this round, particularly since Pereira opened up with it.
Good calf kick low by Adesanya early on.
Pereira said he didn't feel much difference in Adesanya from when they were kickboxing. But we have seen a guy that's evolved so much over the course of his mixed martial arts career. And it's crazy to say there are still a lot of unknowns to Pereira because he's so early in his UFC career.
Sure. Another calf kick lands. And Izzy lands one of his own.
Pereira told us he was able to grapple a lot more during this training camp. Bears watching as to how much he might try to use that part of his game.
That's one of the things, every time I see Alex Pereira, I grab his leg to see if he's been working on the wrestling. Honestly, he feels so strong in that position. He lands another outside kick.
Is he circling away from that power left of Pereira? Not to say he doesn't have a brick in that right hand either.
Two more hard low kicks landed.
Pereira's posture, his presence is very intimidating in there.
Masih sama hati-hati.
He stands very tall, and he's just really big, so he's constantly kind of in your space, never allowing you to feel comfortable.
He throws those kicks with no telegraph. And he doesn't even put his full body weight into him. He doesn't turn the hips over. That's one of the reasons why he lands them so well, because you don't see the shift in his shoulders.
One of the things about that right hand that Izzy landed at the end of the first round that hurt Pereira, he was feinting jabs, throwing them. On that one, he threw it out there and he left it there just like that. And he followed it with the right hand once he had figured Pereira's range.
Pereira to the body, then attacks that lead leg of Adesanya. Izzy feints.
Izzy keeps popping those feints at him, trying to get him to stop moving forward. Pereira's trying to get closer now.
Good body attack.
All these strikes, man, such high-level kickboxing technique. Neither one of them showing each other when the kick or the punch is coming.
Another hard low kick.
Beautiful body kick lands for Adesanya now.
Izzy has an angry look in his face.
He does.
Beautiful body kick lands by Adesanya.
And that has sort of mirrored his look for much of the week.
Another calf kick landed.
He's already taken 2 minutes.
Another leg kick by Adesanya. Satu menit lagi, ronde pertama akan berakhir.
Good left-hand connection by Adesanya, or so it appeared.
Pereira seemed to lean out of the way of that one. Izzy caught him on the arms, but just leaning back would not seem to be the best way to avoid the strikes of Israel Adesanya. He will make a read to try to get to you. But to this point, very competitive round, as we always expect when we see these two.
Another hard low kick to that calf.
Leg kick tadi berbahaya dari Alex Pereira. 5 detik.
Pereira's done such a good job of beating up that leg.
Terakhir sudah. Ronde pertama masih dikuasai oleh Alex Pereira. Total strike 21 Alex, 10 Israel. 0 takedowns, significant strike 21 Alex Pereira, 10 Israel Adesanya. Masih sama-sama berhati-hati. Hati-hati. Belum ada aksi-aksi brutal yang membahayakan lawan. Lebih banyak saling bertukar leg kicks dan body kicks. Wah, kayaknya Israel ini nggak capek nih. Dia nggak duduk. Tidak break dia. Breaknya sambil berdiri.
Just acknowledging his focus and the brevity of those 5 minutes. And Alex Pereira just brewing with confidence after what he got done over those first 300 seconds.
And he was saying he's already gotten to that leg, which was obviously a big part of his strategy because he was so successful with it in the first fight.
As he said, that 5 minutes felt fast. Alex Pereira was very vocal in his corner, telling those guys, I'm moving away from the right hand. I'm getting a lot done right now. You're right, John. So much confidence. And why wouldn't he be? He landed a lot of good shots in that first round.
Wow. Cobaan push kick dari Israel. Wow. Head kick tadi hampir mengenai. Hampir mendarat itu. Kena tuh. Head kick lagi. Oh, Alex. Iya. Tersudut sekarang Israel. Wah, hook kiri lagi mendarat. Wajah Israel sudah mulai mencoba melepaskan diri dari tekanan Israel.
Nice jab by Adesanya. And now he lands a big right hand.
And the thing about fight one, Pereira seemed to fatigue. But we got to remember that was the first time he went 5 rounds.
Right. And dealt with all of that adversity in round 1. Pereira landing at a 63% clip early, 31% for Izzy.
He's attacking that right leg as well, that calf.
And you see how defensively sound Pereira is as well. Very much present through 7 minutes. Good left hand for Adesanya, gets through.
Oh. Strike kiri tadi bagus dari Alex.
And the crowd reaction, right? Under 3 minutes here, round 2.
Well, everyone's aware of the consequences when this guy lands. Right hand by Izzy.
Izzy's much more forward in this fight than he normally is. He recognizes that he can't be going backwards with this guy. He's too good at setting traps, and when he sets his trap, he just lets his hands go.
Izzy's taking a lot of calf kicks on that right leg as well now. Good inside low kick.
That one was heavy for Adesanya.
Adesanya decided there. You could tell he decided to stay in the pocket there for a brief moment. Put his guard up high and winged him. He's looking for that right hand that he had success with in the first fight at the end of the first round.
Pereira seems very hip to it right now, though. That's right hand on the body.
There's that low kick again. It's so heavy, even though it's coming off the front leg. There's that right hand, but Pereira rolled with it.
Oh. Oh, leg kicknya keras sekali oleh Alex Pereira, goyang tadi. Oh, leg kick lagi. Oh, body kick. Oh, wah, wah, kau, wah, wah. Luar biasa KO Alex Pereira. Terlalu terburu-buru dia, padahal dia tadi goyangkan Israel. Luar biasa. Wah, luar biasa Izzy. Oh, satu kali hook kanan.
And reestablishes himself as one of the greatest mixed martial arts fighters of all time.
And Adesanya, it's over. Just went over. I almost fell. Adesanya just went over to acknowledge.
And he shot him with an arrow. Look at this. Look at this.
Because there's a lot to this rivalry. Joe, I threw my hands up. Somebody stop the fight. It's over.
Adesanya went over to acknowledge the Alex Pereira corner and camp. But you talk about waiting to exhale, right? First kickboxing meeting between these men, 2016. The second in 2017. It crossed into mixed martial arts last year. And Adesanya finally, 7 years into this rivalry, can lay claim to a win against POERTO.
That was impressive. John, he said that this would not take long for him. Hey, it wasn't going good. He was not going great. He lost the first round, second round, he had a much better round. But Alex Pereira did not respect the power of Israel Adesanya, and he paid for it with this championship.
All right, tonight's official decision brought to you by Resident Evil 4 Remake. Survival is just the beginning. Available now. Here's Bruce.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Dan Murgliata has called a stop to this contest at 4 minutes, 21 seconds of round number 2. Declaring the winner by
Demikianlah sudah siaran kita hari ini di ronde kedua. Israel Adesanya menang KO atas Alex Pereira. Luar biasa, dan Israel berhasil merebut kembali sabuk juaranya atas Alex Pereira. Sekian dan terima kasih.
I need to say something. Listen to me. I hope every one of you behind your screens on this arena can feel this level of happiness just one time in your life. I hope all of you can feel how fucking happy I am just one time in your life. But guess what? You never feel this level of happiness if you don't go for something in your own life. When they knock you down, when they try and shit on you, when they talk shit about you, and they try and put their foot on your neck. If you stay down, you will never ever get that resolve. Fortify your mind and feel this level of happiness as you rise. One time in your life, but I'm blessed to be able to feel this shit again and again and again and again and again.
Israel, out of all the victories that you've ever had, this one has got to be the sweetest.
Bruh, they say revenge is sweet. And if you know me, I got a sweet tooth. You already know this is fucking sweet.
This man and you have been engaged
Luar
in
biasa.
4 wars now. And for you to close the show the way you did tonight was so spectacular and so cements your legacy as one of the greatest of all time.
Bro, I'm telling you, even no matter what, Alex is a great champion. No matter what, he lost the belt tonight, but he will always be a champion. In his story, I'm the antagonist. In his story, I'm the bad guy. But tonight, it's my story. History.
You said coming into this fight that you were going to close the show early. Why did you think that?
I told you the hunter is now the hunted. I told him this before. Thank you. Thank you for all what you've done. Thank you for beating me, because beating me, he made me a better fighter, a better person. In this camp, I didn't fuck around. If you know me, you know I like a vacation, but I didn't fuck around. I stayed on the grind, and I put myself through it. You be seeing me on Freestyle Band on YouTube. I've been putting it. I don't put my highlights on the gram. I put the work. I get tired. So that way when I'm in here, I don't get tired.
You showed in those videos, the Freestyle Bender videos, you left no stone unturned. And I want you to look up at the big screen and enjoy the fruits of your labor.
I don't even know what I hit him with, but I possum. I play possum a bit. Look at that. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Wait. Possum, look at him. Oh, look at me. I am here. He is here. That last one had everything. That was since 2017. That last hammer fist was from the gods.
One of the greatest victories of all time. It was an honor to call you fight, sir. Thank you very much.
MIA. I'm about to walk out to one of your tracks. And when I'm heading out, let's fucking turn up and party, because I'm in Miami. And when you Miami, baby, darling.
The last style bender, ladies and gentlemen, Israel.
Oke, sekian dan terima kasih untuk pertandingan kali ini. Terima kasih teman-teman yang sudah mau mampir. Terima kasih teman-teman yang sudah like dan subscribe tentunya.